Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Birmingham, Alabama. We are here. It is 2025. Guess what, y'all? It's football season. Getting us going today, we've got the entire BCSN crew. We've got the franchise over here on one end, Mr. Carlos Brown from the Carlos Brown Show, Southern graduate. Mr. Calvin McDaddy Carter doing the thing for the Alker Knights and getting the building. Of course, we've got the Dean of HBCU Sports, Mr. Dr. Kenyatta Conville, and my partner in crime, my buddy, the Rattler, the ONG Strike Zone, Mr. Brian Fulford. I am Roy Evans, everyone, along for the rest of the crew. Guys, it's that time, man. We're like a month away, a little over a month away from our first major event, and I just want to see how everybody's feeling right now, how everybody's going. Let's start with Kelvin, and then we're going to work our way down this way.
Hey, feeling great about the upcoming season. Great seeing you guys. Great having dinner yesterday and having some interesting conversations. So I'm looking forward to this greatly anticipated SWAC season. And, you know, MEAC SWAC Challenge is just around the corner.
All right. Brian?
Lying season is over. It's time to start talking about football for real. I'm excited. I'm glad to be here with you guys.
Doc, let's go to the franchise.
Well, it's good seeing everybody, and look, it's an exciting time. It's football season. Traditionally, July 4th sometimes, but this is the official SWAC Football Media Day. And then again.
Doc?
Yeah, it's good that Brian said lion season is over because we just saw that last week in terms of we have an opt in the building, so we're going to see what we're going to do with that. But besides the point with that not being said, I'm excited, as you can't tell. You know, this is where we get to meet family. We have our own family, but we have an extended family in terms of the SWAC as well as HBCU. So this is the time when everybody gets to come together. People plan for this almost like they do vacation. Some people literally take vacation to make sure we come here to Birmingham for the SWAC Football Media Day. This is the 2025 edition. And we are all looking forward to showcase, tell our stories, tell it from our perspectives. And while the Lion season is over, we might have an extended day where people still kind of feel a little bit about their feelings. But it's going to get real. And it don't matter where you predict, and we'll go over those predictions, what your thoughts are. The thing that's nice about sports, particularly football, is we have Coach Pettaway over there. Basketball, yeah, you can think and say what you want, but the games must be played. And then there's a record at the end of that. And based on that record is going to determine who's the champion. That's a regular season, East and West Division. Then there's a SWAC championship game. And obviously, we're talking about the 10th edition of the Cricket Celebration Bowl, where a national HBCU champion is going to be crowned. So I'm fascinated for this road trip. It starts off slow, and then that train gets to moving, and before you know it, we're at the end of the season trying to figure out what happened and what went down. But that's what I got going on.
And all games matter, right, Carlos?
That's
all
right.
Games matter at this point, right?
Compare and contrast. Compare what's been talked about today, and then we kind of compare how it finishes at the end of the season.
Yeah. Guys, so listen up. As Doc said, that's a great segue. One of the things that we are doing here, we constantly do, is telling our own stories and getting some things in. And, of course, we will be talking with Mr. John Grant, who is the executive director of both the Cricket Celebration Bowl and the MEAC SWAC Challenge, as we'll be talking about a great partnership that we're going to have coming up with them, as it is the 20th anniversary of the MEAC SWAC Challenge, 10th anniversary of the Celebration Bowl. There's going to be some great storytelling going on there. But let's talk about some of the big topics that you guys have been talking about on your different shows. We had one that kind of caused a rift. We'll come back to the rivalry one. We'll come back to the rivalry one. But let's start with one of the great things I know Doc does every year. We're going to make this real quick because we're going to get ready to come in, as we've got folks getting ready to come in for interviews and stuff. But Doc does an award where he gives the best AD in HBCU football in sports, correct? It's not just the SWAC. I was about to say SWAC, but it's across the board, correct?
Across Division I, what we call the major divisions.
Okay.
Add in Division II or mid-major division and NIA next year. But this year, in the last 3 years, we've given out our perspective of the top ADs.
Okay.
And it's always fascinating, a lot of respect from the ADs that even if they're not on the list or at the top of the list, they come and tell me they're coming. One of the things that is interesting because they control it, but also times when you talk about coaches and we said earn it on the field, one of the high markers is championships. Are you winning championships? And then we base it on some of the top sports in regards to football. Do you win a SWAC championship, division championship? Do you win the conference tournament championship, or championship game, I should say? And do you win the Celebration Bowl? There's a lot of points for that. Do you win basketball? Do you win the regular season? Do you win the tournament? A lot of points for that. And then we have other sports in terms of women's sports, men's and women's when we look at basketball. Then we have what we call the Olympic sports. You win an all-sports trophy. And then we get into the money part of it. Are you raising funds for your athletic program? Are you building new facilities? Are you out in front? Are you talking about your program? Are you making the media circuit? All those are measured, and based on that, when we calculated the numbers, this year's top person happened to be at Jackson State University, Ashley Robinson, in terms of what he got down. It was really close because Dr. Cable at Alabama State was right behind him in terms of what he's done this year with championships. That men's basketball championship tournament really helped him in terms of close that gap. And then he got the all-sports trophy. But Jackson State was right behind him at 2 and winning one of the areas when you break it down between men's and women's. So it's fascinating. It's the closest point differential I've seen since I've started it, like I said, 3 years ago. And so we're excited about it. Cost me a little change because I had to give Ashley some money. And I'm going to see what he's doing it now. All these folks here listening that's in athletics, he said he was going to take care of his people over there. He always does, but maybe he'll take them out to dinner on Dr. Bill's inside the HBCU Sports Lab THD's budget. Because we put a little change in his pocket, but we'll see what that looks like.
All right. Brian, let's jump over to you next, man. You and Drew, we're gonna hold off on the O&G, but you and Drew just did some sort of ranking that was ranking. What did you guys rank?
So this is 2025. We are a quarter of the way through the century, right? 25 years.
Yeah.
So we thought it was no better time than to talk about the top 25 HBCU players. And we worked on seasons. So we talked about the top 25 individual seasons by HBCU football players. Now, seasons, not careers, but seasons. And we admitted, there was the preface going in, that we might get some names wrong. We might forget some names. But the thing was, as we've learned through doing lists, if you're going to put somebody on the list, who are you taking out?
That's my favorite part.
Yes.
People are quick to tell you what on there. But they
they
don't want to do the work, tell you who got to come off.
So, well, who are you taking out? And so in going through the list of names, it took us down memory road because we went as far back as even year 2000, 2001 to some individuals who had great seasons. And I will even admit here publicly, as I've said online, there are some names that they got biased. They got away from us. I'm not going to get into details. If you know, you know. And we've been very open and honest. And we love all the content creators, guys like Stephen Gaither, WSSU Ram Nation, who took the challenge. He even started a ranking of top Winston-Salem State players. And I would love to see more schools. And, as we're here, I'm going to drop it in the bug of a lot of the content creators that I see here to kind of say, well, who are the top 25 over the past 25 years from your school? Because our number one was Bruce Eugene of Grambling State, who in 2005, so we're talking now 20 years ago, he put up ridiculous numbers, over 4,000 yards passing, over 50 touchdowns. The interceptions were under 10, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. Led Grambling to a 12-1 record, I believe, national championship season, and maybe it was 11-1. But still, it was one of the greatest individual seasons for a quarterback, not just in the SWAC, but in HBCU football. Now, I don't think too many people argued with number one. After number one, though, chaos. Chaos ensued. taking pitchforks, people outside my house and in my emails and on social media, ready to burn me down. And I try to tell them in advance there might be some flaws, there might be some omissions, and so there's no truth.
Weren't here.
But it is what it is. But it's a fascinating conversation. I think you have to do these kind of things to kind of recognize, and I apologize to anybody that was left off that had a great season
in the last 25
years. But it's a great way to celebrate, and like Doc kind of did on his show, we can celebrate 5 years ago, 10 years ago, which we're doing with the Celebration Bowl, 20 years ago with the MEAC SWAC Challenge, and hey, 25 years ago, because there have been some great performances and some great things that have happened in this HBCU football space. So it was a real fun show to do, good and bad, but that's what we want. We want to get people talking during this period, and so now we can hopefully put that list to bed. I doubt it, because some of these people are around here, and I might get called out about it. But, it's fun all the same. It was fun.
All right, so let's jump to the franchise next. So we saved his for last. I did that on purpose because now we're going to start some trouble. Because, see, Carlos's biggest discussion that I've noticed, and we're going to make this outside of the Miami Heat stuff that me and him have going on, but that's not it. The pay-for-play games and how the ADs are supposed to handle this. We don't have AD Wheeler Brown in the building with us today. Wheeler Brown.
The hardliner himself. It's a interesting situation. It's tough. I will admit that ADs have a tough job. Pay for play, playing up. And I just simply ask the question, what happens, thinking ahead, what happens if you're not able to get those type of games? What is your backup plan? And that's kind of when all the smoke came out. You had all different perspectives. I personally don't like those games, but I understand for some, their athletic budget, it really makes their budget to have one of those games. So then I went to a point of, well, how about one every 4 years? No, I was in the minority on that. Most people say, no, we can't have that. What about a group of 5 games, the next level of those money games? But, again, I just asked the question, if those games were taken away, what is plan B? What's the backup plan? And that was kind of one of the conversations we had. We had different perspectives. We looked in the chat room. People were giving their perspectives on that. So that's a touchy subject. It really is. And again, ADs have a tough job.
Calvin, I want you to chime in really quick on that. I'm going to get you two to chime in on that as well before we move on.
Well, my thought around it was, and we talked about it yesterday, is there has to be a contingency plan around this pay to play up. So how can you generate those same funds, the same revenue, without having somebody play you for $400,000 or $500,000? What's the other way that you can incubate that? Is there an in-state rival or a proximity rival that might allow you to generate that same type of revenue without one party having to give that up in one lump sum?
Brian?
I understand that right now those games have to be played because fan bases aren't doing a great job with season tickets. We also have challenges from the administrative level of being able to generate revenue. So until we can find ways to generate the revenue, which means if you don't like the pay games, then you have to buy the season tickets. Alcorn seats how many people in, don't give me the
23,000.
23,000. So I would imagine it'd be great if you had 15,000 season ticket holders, right?
Yes, and I think that's been.
Well, let's not get too deep. We're going to slow down because this is what happens.
That's going to be tough.
We can't keep going on it.
Hold on, but I'm just going to say, but you have to, that's so between season ticket holders, generating revenue in some form or fashion in order for that in order to replace that game. I mean, if so-and-so is going up to a Big Ten school and getting $1 million for one game, how are you going to replace that in your home stadium?
Okay. Doc, let the dean close this subject out for now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of parts to this, and you're illuminating a lot of what that is. But my basic fact is, and I'm in agreement with Carlos, I don't like the idea of the money game. But to me, the bigger question is what are you doing with the revenue that you receive from it? Are they just going back into the institution's general fund to pay back the debt of the money that was loaned to the institution, i.e. athletic department at the beginning of the year? Or are you using that money, particularly a large sum of that money, to invest in something that allows you now to move forward to create an event, action that allows you to generate revenue? So that's the difference that I see about it. I mean, I think it's easier to say, hey, put more people in the stands. But the question becomes really deeper than that. How do you put people in the stands? You have to invest in marketing strategies, marketing companies that are going to put more fans in there. Obviously, one of the easiest way to get fans in the stand is to win. But to win, you got to invest in good coaches. You got to invest now in these times in good players. So the question becomes is not necessarily replacing those money. More importantly is when you take those games, what do you do with that money? That you have a plan that you can figure out a way to create more revenue. The idea in business, in any type of business, is to take whatever you have, whether it's a product or service, generate revenue off that product or service such that it is bigger than your expenses. Now you have profits, which now the question is, what do you do with that profits? Most good people take a percentage of the profits, right, to reinvest in that organization such that you can get bigger and better. That's, to me, the more important question is, what are you doing with that revenue such that you can find a way to navigate ways to generate more profits or at least less losses going down the road.
And that's a great place for us to put a pin in it. Kim, we're going to get ready to run the graphic as we get ready to get some folks coming up. See some guys from Alabama State looking over at us. We got to get Coach Eddie Robb in. But, folks, here's what I want you to do. All of those discussions are things that we have constantly, every week. All of these shows are live. Please go check all of them out. The Carlos Brown Show, Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab, the BCSN Sports Wrap, the ONG Strike Zone. All of these conversations are had every week, continually. Go out and get it. Hey, Doc, Mike, he's not on assignment.
He's in
Washington
the building,
is in the building, everybody.
He's here, off assignment. The folks can't wait to see him.
We'll be right back, folks. We're going to get our first coach in here. We're going to start with Coach Eddie Robinson Jr. from Alabama State University right here on the BCSN Game Time Show live from SWAC Media Day 2025. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the BCSN Game Time live coverage here of the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day. And joining us here is the head ball coach of the Alabama State Hornets, Coach Eddie Robinson Jr., heading into his
Rob.
How you doing? How you doing?
heading into his fourth season, leading the Hornets. Last season, the Hornets were 7-5, 5-3 in conference, tied for second in the East for the second consecutive year. Coach, I'll start it off and we'll kind of go down the line. Alabama State, you've been 2 consecutive years finishing second in the East, and you've been in the top 3 all 3 years that you've been at the helm. What is the journey going to look like for Alabama State to finally win that East Division this year and find themselves in the SWAC championship game this season?
Well, I think for us, it's just a matter of keeping everybody healthy. We kind of went through that last year, had a whole lot of unexpected injuries. When you have multiple injuries at one position is always tough. But I'm a stoic philosophy type of guy. Nobody complains. I don't think complaining helps. It's a sign of weakness. So we just went through our work. We did what we had to do week to week. So I think but going through that adversity will help us to get to the next level that we want to get to. And the goal is to win the SWAC championship. I don't think anybody in this room, you ask all 12 coaches, what's your goal? Is to win the SWAC championship. So our goal is the same as everyone else's. We know it's going to take a lot of hard work, a little bit of luck, but we appreciate the adversity. I think you have to run towards it. You can't try to dodge it. And so I'm just trying to get the mindset of these young men to run towards adversity, work hard when it comes your way. And I think it's a mindset that helps you not in football but also in life, and that's what we're trying to teach them.
Nice. Go ahead, AD.
Coach, how you doing today?
Doing great. How's it going?
I'm glancing at your schedule, and once again, you guys seem to have a favorable schedule. 8 of your 12 games are played within the state of 8 of your 12 games are played within the state of Alabama. So just talk about your schedule and how your team can take advantage of such a favorable schedule with reduced travel and everything else to set yourself up for your ultimate goal, including your first game of the season is right outside the back door from where we are right now in Progressive Stadium.
Yeah, like across the street, like literally. So you're right. We start off at UAB and another in-state game. Dr. Cable, our athletic director, has been doing a great job of keeping that schedule where we have a lot of games in state. I tell people if you can afford a tank of gas, you can drive to every game. So that's the biggest thing about it. And but it does help out. It helps from recruiting standpoint also because we have a lot of high school kids who can come and see us play. But at the end of the day, you still got to tee it up. And once you get out there, it don't matter where you're playing at, you got to go out there and be physical, tough, violent to win the football game. But from a crowd standpoint, I mean, we've been in the top 3 in attendance in FCS for the last couple of years. So it gives our fans a chance not just to come to the home games, but to travel and support us. And that fan support is big. When you see your classmates, your mom, your dad, your family, I tell people I can remember playing in the Super Bowl, grown man. When I looked in the stands and saw my mom and my grandmother sitting next to each other, it just gave me a sense of peace and calm, like, hey, just go out there and play.
Dang, he actually said high school players, y'all, not transfer kids.
High school.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, high school.
That's a novelty.
Yeah. Well, the transfer kids come from somewhere. they come from high school.
That too.
Right.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Coach, just to follow up on the previous question, as you go into 2025, you ask all the coaches and say, we're excited and there's several things we want to work on going into the season. They say we want to improve on the offensive side, on the defense. If I look at where you were in 2024, offensive side, you were somewhere 3rd, 4th in the SWAC. Mm-hmm. Defensive side, you kind of fluctuated kind of between 2nd and 4th, depending on the schedule late. Mm-hmm. If I were to ask you in your magic book, what are the 2 or 3 things that rank the highest that you want to do better in 2025 than you did in 2024? Can you give me those 2 or 3 things?
Yeah, you missed the most important one. If you can't kick, you can't win. And so the special teams aspect of it is where we have got to get better. And we were good. I mean, we scored block 7 kicks, but we want to lead all of the FCS in block kicks. That's our goal. And so we want to get to 8 or 9. I think the leader had 8. We were stuck at 7. And so just having a dynamic kickoff return guy every year. We had a guy that graduated second team all conference, Robert McMinn. So we have to replace that guy. But we know for us to be a great team, the kicking game is a crucial part of it. And I tell my guys every morning, if you can't kick, you can't win. So we'll have a special team only practice during camp will emphasize the aspect of the kicking game. So we know how important that is. I think the rest of it is just the mindset of the team. I tell the kids we can have an identity and a philosophy of who we are. Like our philosophy is to be tough, physical, and violent. So now you got to set that as an identity. Like you got to go out there and put that on film. I can talk it in the meeting, I can talk about it, but you got to go out there and show other teams and other coaches that we're the toughest, most physical, and the most violent team in the conference. And if we can make that happen, then we'll take the next step.
Awesome. Often forgotten, that third leg, that the special teams, that kicking game. Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to follow up, Coach, and ask you, obviously many of us followed you as an athlete playing in the conference and then beyond, but I want to know when you played, what was your favorite place to play? It has to be on the road somewhere.
Okay.
And why? And then now as a coach, is it different? Where is your favorite place to go and coach on the road? Obviously, the most important is home games, and we see that you stay around here. But outside it, when you get into conference play, what are those two places?
Yeah, so for me, I would have to start with the Magic City Classic.
Okay.
I mean, whenever I come to Birmingham, they don't have the light towers up. But before, when you see the old light towers, the steel structure, I mean, you just think Magic City Classic.
Okay.
Like, and I come to Birmingham quite a bit, whether it's recruiting. I fly to Houston, back out of Birmingham. That old gray lady, man, with the two lines in front.
Does something too.
Yeah, I just get excited about coming to Birmingham. It's the Magic City Classic. So to me, that's always the biggest game of the year. It's the most exciting place to play. Other than that, I think going to Southern, which we haven't played at Southern a whole lot, but we played there twice. And me being from New Orleans, my memories of Southern. My dad went to Suno, so they would always come to the Bayou Classic, and I would always root for Southern. So my first game ever in college in 1988 was at Southern.
Wow.
So I'm excited. Yeah, we're going to go to Southern. It's like the Bayou Classic. Man, they booing us. They throwing toilet tissue at us. The dorm was right there. Like, this is nothing like the Bayou Classic. I said, y'all are totally different. And so, and we go there the second game of the year. So I would say that's probably one of my favorite places to play, other than the Magic City Classic, is going down to Southern, because those fans are so passionate and they know football and they're going to be loud and they're going to talk bad to you. So it's like it's a great place to play. So I'm saying that now, but interview me again after the game. I might be like, whoa. So.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Coach, aren't you unbeaten as a player and a coach in the Magic City Classic? Is that, or at least a high winning percentage?
Yeah, we lost one Magic City Classic as a player. Okay. And haven't lost any as a coach, knock on wood.
So,
hope you didn't jinx me.
I'm sorry.
But
I do that a lot. I do that a lot.
That's Brian. Leave it to Brian.
I do that a lot, unfortunately.
But that game is such a special game, man. It means so much to the people in the city, to us. I mean, the fans. And the game we lost, we won my first year. So I'm like, man, this Magic City Classic is a lot of fun. We lost my second year. I mean, the grits was cold in the cafeteria. You talk to your teachers, they like, you're like, oh, we better win this thing. So that is an important game to win.
Before we close out, we appreciate you taking time. I know you've got a lot of stops. I wanted to take a second and ask you, with some of the changes in the NCAA with roster sizes and management, with Alabama State, along with all of the SWAC schools opting into the house settlement, the roster sizes can increase up to 105. Does Alabama State, do you have intentions of meeting the maximum number of roster spots this upcoming season, or is it still a work in progress with your administration?
Yeah, so we'll have the maximum number of roster spots, but we won't have the maximum number of scholarships.
Sure, right.
So, up to me, I'm going to say, hey, give us 105 scholarships. Gotcha. Now, the administration will probably be a little bit now, but AD Cable.
Slow down.
Yeah, slow down, partner. Hey, hold up. Yeah, we got to pay for this. But our AD, Dr. Cable, man, he does a great job. We just had a meeting yesterday with the coaches, just explaining to us to keep us in the loop of the changes that are going on and how it affects us. So, I mean, we'll be fully funded. I mean, our commitment to athletics financially, from the president, Dr. Ross, to the AD, to everybody on board, our academic people, it's truly, in order to win, the swarm is one aspect of it. I mean, you need the whole administration, the community, and everyone has to be involved. Just one football coach or one player, you can't win a championship. I mean, so we realize that we all have to swarm as one and pull together to get to our ultimate goal, which is to Atlanta and to win the HBCU National Championship.
All right. Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. Good luck to you and the coaches and players, and good health to everybody. And we look forward to seeing Alabama State this season. And who knows, we might see you all back in Atlanta at the end of the year. You're watching the BCSN Game Time live coverage here of the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day. We'll be back in just a moment.
Boy, that championship.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KeaversVoice.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
I am Dr. Cavill here with BCSN Game Time for the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day. I'm here with the commissioner, Dr. Charles McCullen, and the rest of the group here. We're going to have some updates. One of the first questions I think that has a lot of people's attention and certainly is excitement is in terms of the SWAC TV. First of all, the logo in terms of the branding of it looks really cool. But let's get into it. What was the impetus? What is the framing of the SWAC TV?
Well, we've been working on this for about 3.5 years, and obviously when we unveil it, we want it to be done correctly. High definition.
Pull it up just a little bit.
High definition,
Perfect.
1080p.
Wow.
Free. We are saying August 1st, but it's already available on Roku. So anybody's watching, go to your Roku station, download it. It's also available on Apple. So all of the other devices will have it up and running by the 1st of August. And we're going to deliver 45 football games. And we're going to have some Olympic sports as well. So all championships. But what it does is it puts every football game that we play on some form of television network.
That's awesome.
We kind of followed the model of the SEC and the Sun Belt. We kind of stole some of their ideas and technology. We hired Steve from Gideo TV to put together an app, so let us know how it flows, how it functions. But, 1080 is going to be great, and we've been working on it for about 3.5 years, and also we think from a revenue standpoint, it's going to set us aside from everyone else.
Mike?
Yeah, kind of building on some of the newer announcements. I heard you talking on a number of about this flag football thing. I know we're in football season, but I know we have one school, I believe, that has a flag football team. What are some of the next steps that you see coming with this flag football?
Well, the NFL is pushing flag football, and when you got a $1 trillion industry pushing something, typically,
It makes
you know,
sense.
others follow. So you see it has become a part of an Olympic sport. I'm talking about the U.S. Olympic sports, not an Olympic sport within the NCAA.
Okay.
But I think that there is a push from the NCAA side. Currently, it's not a Division I sport. It's kind of multi-divisional, kind of like ice hockey is, you know, so it's only one division. I think we'll continue to explore it. I think schools will continue to add. I think it's going to be something that on down the line, if it becomes a SWAC sport, you're talking 3, 5, 7 years from now. There's still, you know, with the House settlement, with us having to make that payment, which is going to be $30 million over the course of 10 years, we have to continue to innovate and bring in revenue, which we think SWAC TV is going to be, you know, a very good entity to assist us in doing it. There's going to be additional revenue that's going to be needed for name, image, and likeness because all 12 schools have opted in. So there's going to be additional scholarships that can be offered. So if a football program wanted to offer 105 scholarships, they will have that opportunity. So there are a lot of costs that are out there now that institutions are going to have to determine what's most important. Adding sports at this point, I don't think is going to be at the forefront. But one thing that I can happily say here, none of our institutions to this date have decided to cut sports. There have been others, even at the highest level. With all of this change, our institutions are dedicated to the 18 sports that we currently offer. I think it's going to be difficult to get a 19th sport added as a conference sport. But each individual institution will make that determination. I think flag football is here to stay.
All right. Thank you.
Coming from a NAIA school that actually offered flag football, and I mentioned this to the guys on all the shows, flag football is the next emerging sport in college athletics. And from a cost perspective, especially with all the other factors that you said, it's a very low cost compared to some of the other sports that we have. So I just wanted to throw that in, and I think flag football is a great opportunity especially for the young ladies.
He's talking to me like I'm responsible for flag football. That's a good pitch.
Right.
No, I'm just saying.
Maybe the people that's over flag football that would make it a sport.
Let me know when you want me to come speak to them.
I got you.
I can speak from experience. But getting back to this, talking about some of these new dynamics in the ever-changing landscape of college athletics. How settlement came in, seemed like yesterday when we got that announcement, we're getting all these different changes. How do you keep up with this and get this information out to the athletic directors, the presidents, and other people so they can make the appropriate decision for their institution? Because this stuff changes every day, it seems like.
Well, one of the good things about being on basketball committee and being chair, it put us in the spotlight nationally from an NCAA's perspective. So I've been selected to serve on several committees. President Quentin Ross, which is our chair, he's the president of Alabama State. He's on the Division I board, and he's also on the finance committee. So there is nothing that goes through the NCAA that the tiny Southwestern Athletic Conference don't have say in. There's a group called the Division I Working Group. I'm a part of that group. We have been tasked to look at the rules nationally and make recommendations. So again, Tiny SWAC is a part of a group of 13 that's going to decide the future of the NCAA. Not a position that we've been in ever. So we are at the table, and I think that's significant. And the basketball committee gave us that platform, gave us the spotlight, and we have continued to enhance. And I think nothing goes on within the NCAA structure that not only we don't know about, but we don't have some say in.
Dr. McClellan, I hear you saying tiny SWAC in there, but the SWAC is one of 3 conferences in the FCS to all schools opting into the House settlement, which I think is significant. It's major. It's huge.
Well, not to interrupt you, I think they kind of followed us when we made our announcement.
So we were the first. The SWAC, I would say we. The SWAC was the first.
As a matter of fact, you asked that question.
I can't say we, right?
At my last meeting, NCAA President Charlie Baker came, and it was the day that we announced. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "That's a good job, Charles. That's game changer." That's from the NCAA president.
Wow.
And we were at a commissioners meeting. We had FBS Power 4 commissioners coming to say, "Thank you, SWAC, for being a leader."
Okay.
And I think, and I apologize again for cutting you off, that announcement was so significant. What it says is, if the SWAC is doing it, then everybody else needs to get on board. And that's what the NCAA president was inferring when he said what he said.
Wow. So I'm glad you said that and framed that, because my question was going to lead to, we understand even within the SWAC, the athletic budgets, it's a wide disparity in our conference and even among HBCUs and FCS. So if you could just kind of maybe give it a background on opting in for everybody looks like what? Because everybody's revenues are different. Everybody's expenditures are different. But for my understanding of the House settlement, everybody is, every school has to pay an equal amount. No, see, there we go. So
Right.
explain, I'll get out the way and let you kind of explain and break that down for everybody.
One of the challenges that I've had as commissioner is try to explain scale.
Okay.
And I don't think I've done a really good job. People compare us to the SEC, right? Well, we're not the SEC. But on scale, we have the same impact with revenue distribution to our schools. And on scale, we're going to have the same impact on name, image, and likeness. So, for example, it's based upon the amount of revenue that you have that you can give. So the max is $20.5 million. But if you look at the SEC, Texas A&M, Texas, and Oklahoma is going to have more money than, let's say, a Vanderbilt or another school. So the same scale is going to apply within the Southwestern Athletic Conference. There are going to be some schools that can give more, and there's going to be some schools that can give less. The key is that we're going to be able to give. If you opt out, you do not have that opportunity to give. Therefore, you're going to be left behind. So a school might only have X amount of dollars, and they might have a minimal impact. But that impact is going to be greater than a school that hasn't opted in and can't give. So when we go out and recruit, we've cut out a lot of the negative recruiting. Well, you don't want to play for SWAC. They're not that competitive. Well, we got a championship game that's third in viewership. We have a national championship game that's fourth of all pre-New Year bowl game, and there's a significant payout. So you get a chance to go on TV, so there's no negative recruiting there. Well, what's the difference between the SWAC and the other 11 FCS conferences? We're giving name, image, and likeness. We're on national television. We started our own television network. We're playing in front of sold-out crowds. We're sending individuals to pros. As a matter of fact, the NFL was here yesterday talking to our student athletes about going to the combine.
Okay.
We're the only FCS conference where NFL was physically here talking to our student athletes. So we are attacking this notion of our players are not getting the opportunity. Okay, let's get the NFL here and explain what needs to go on. This is who the Southwestern Athletic Conference is. But you again have to look at it on scale. So what's a $100,000 payout in the SWAC is probably the same as a $10 million payout in the SEC when you start looking at scale. And the last piece of that is we did not put any caps. There are some FCS conferences that are putting caps to say, well, we're not going to give any more than this for an individual player or an individual position. What we're saying is we want the market to naturally dictate what the cap is. We want the market to naturally dictate how much a quarterback is worth in the SWAC, how much an offensive tackle is worth in the SWAC, how much a point guard is worth in the SWAC, and then let the market determine that. And then with all of the initiatives that we have, one of the things that we're talking about in our 3-year strategic plan is creating and pulling some of these dollars from these new initiatives to distribute back to our schools specifically for name, image, and likeness to try to even the playing field.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, one last question as we allow you to move back. Looking at it from the revenue distribution with the SWAC TV, you talked about how that could be a game changer in terms of revenue. One of the things we understood about the House settlement in terms of each Division I program that opted in terms of what they had to pay into the settlement. when you talk about revenue distribution, last year was the highest level that you openly spoke about that the SWAC was able to distribute back to the institution. How does that look for this year?
Great question. Our settlement as a conference over the course of 10 years is $30 million.
Okay.
So each school was on the hook for some $280,000 odd dollars. We were able to help supplement that and defer that. There were 6 institutions that received more distribution this year than they did last year, with even having to pay money back to the settlement. The numbers are going to be a little...
Even with paying money back to
the settlement.
Wow.
Everyone got close to what they got last year, but there were 6 schools that got more.
Okay.
Our distribution this year was more than what it was last year, and that is the responsibility of the conference to go out and generate these dollars to be able to put back. The reason why you didn't hear the Southwestern Athletic Conference jumping up nationally about us not wanting to pay money back, us saying that the dollar amounts and this whole structure is too much, because we had a plan. And that plan was revenue generating to be able to help offset a lot of this to where our schools do not feel it as significant as other conferences. So when you look at the 990s, I'm on the internet a little bit. I try to stay off of it.
It's a dangerous place, Doc.
I know it's real
place.
dangerous.
Gotta be
careful. But I know they pulled our financials. We don't have liabilities. We paid off all of our bills, right? All of our dollars outside of our operating expenditures go back to our schools. So the money that we generate with SWAC TV, and by the way, we have some stellar consultants that helped us put this together, that's going out to help us identify our value. We have top-of-the-line lawyers and consultants now that are assisting us in valuations, what our brand is worth, going out, soliciting, and bringing in those dollars. There is a significant amount of additional revenue that is projected to be made from SWAC television that enhances our brand and allows us to have a far greater level of control of our brand and of our incoming revenue. If we do the things that we're supposed to do, revenue is not going to be an issue. Now, again, I'm talking about scale. As much money as you give these schools, they're going to spend. You look at that from a Power 5 perspective. So I'm not saying that. But we are not going to be afraid of the changing NCAA structure and the cost of being Division I, because we have made a commitment that we are going to be one of the premier conferences in the nation. And we're not going to let dollars hinder us from doing what's best for the overall product of the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Appreciate you, Charles. Know you got to make your rounds, move around. I do want to take a point of privilege and say, I know your time is valuable in terms of doing a year, and you find a way to get to all the presidents, ADs, see multiple games, very open presence. But thank you for finding time to come to Texas Southern University and visit with our students this spring. Extremely important in terms of the HBCU sports symposium series that we're able to bring, and helping me align and bring some of the ADs to talk to them.
Well, I think it's important. I'm SWAC. I was born SWAC. Mother and father went to Alcorn. So if I went for Alcorn.
He is SWAC. There he is.
So,
I am SWAC?
Yeah, I am SWAC, and that is what we're supposed to do. I think, my personal story of, going to Prairie View, no scholarships, not getting opportunity to fulfill my dreams to play basketball, stand there, becoming athletics director, moving over to Texas Southern, moving over to conference commissionership is an important, story to be told.
Absolutely.
And I think it's part of my responsibility. So all of those opportunities I embrace and want to do more.
Thank you, Charles McCullen, the commissioner of the SWAC. This is BCSN Game Time. We'll be right back after this next break.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
This is Dr. Ville. With BCSN GameTime, we have the Director of Athletics, the Vice President of Athletics at the Jackson State University, Ashley Robinson. I had a chance to work with him directly over the many years and stuff like that, but the data spoke. And so let me say congratulations live in terms of being ranked on Dr. Ville's Inside the HBCU Sports Show, and you came on and talked to us as Major Division HBCU Athletic Director of the Year. I know you've gotten other awards, but want to recognize that from you. But let's speak about that. The reason that you were able to attain that award, at least based on the points, right, in terms of your peers, is the work that you're doing at Jackson State University. And a lot of that is the forefront in leading things. The first person I heard when it came out there in terms of NIL preparing for this new world is introducing to your fan base a increase in the ticket price where part of that money was going to go directly to your athletes as well as the band.
Right.
Talk a little bit about why that was important and how that came to fruition.
I mean that was very important. Now, you look at the landscape of athletics, and we started talking about this stuff 1 or 2 years ago. You saw other institutions, what they was doing, and you got to have some strategic planning in place, to be successful when they're talking about supporting your student athletes. All our institutions opt in, so it's an opportunity for us to support, but we have to do our job as administrators. So that starts with me, and I tell people a lot, all the time, it starts with us. I have a really, really good staff. I have a good support system at Jackson State. And all the awards and all the accolades we've had is because of all the people around me. It's not about Ashley Robinson. It's about Jackson State as a whole. It's about our coaches. It's about our student athletes. It's about our staff. It's about our president. It's about our alumni. It's about our supporters. It's about the community. It's about, everybody coming together as one to support Jackson State. And that's why we are successful. So those awards and everything that, I've received is because of the people that I have around me. I have good staff. I have good people. Great coaches, and it's my job to give them what they need to be successful. So that's one of the things that we did from an NIL standpoint is we added a convenient fee to our season tickets and also a convenient fee to our single tickets as well. And we used that to support, NIL, and not only just, the athletics, but also the band. The band's a big part of Jackson State. It's a big part of what we do. If you know any tradition of Jackson State University, when you bring those two together, you're talking about very, very successful. So we wanted to continue to build on the tradition of Jackson State, but we wanted to blaze new trails. So that's one of the things that we put in place, and that we're very excited about it. It's going well. It's going really, really well. Our alumni supported that initiative very, very well. So we're very excited about that, and we continue to put things in place and do some strategic planning in this athletics world now. So we got to make sure we put some things in place to support our students.
Yeah, you even leaned on me for an NIL opportunity that we were able to make work in terms of the HBCU Las Vegas Classic. We'll talk a little bit more about it, and we'll let you see that when it hits the stage. But, yeah, he leans on everybody.
That's right.
I will mess with him a little bit here. I know you take care of your staff and your people, and you shout them out, and you take care of them in terms of making sure that they feeling good. But I told him there was a little something that came with the AD award this year, and that your people might come back and ask you where's their dinner or whatever. So if they ask him for a second one, because I know you already did one, that's why it's coming up. You're like, what is this talking about?
Right.
Well, just just wanted to jab you a little bit about that, but let me go to Brian.
A.D. Robinson, you have I feel like you're really out front, setting the standard, to speak, in terms of how other
standard
schools.
is a good word now because we are the standard.
See,
we are the standard.
I know I'm going to get in trouble. It's going to be a soundbite somewhere along the line. But no, in terms of, I see so many schools comparing what is happening at Jackson State. And I'm most interested in how you, from an administrator, work with your university and maybe taking us behind the scenes on what that looks like, because you're accomplishing so much. And I know a lot through just working with Dr. Cavill that none of that happens without university support.
That's right.
So if you could talk and maybe share what you can about the relationship that you have with your university and how all that works to making Jackson State the eyes of so many people within not only the FCS but just among the HBCU and SWAC.
Right, and that's a great question. I think when you start talking about the things we're doing at Jackson State, I tell people this all the time. If you treat the tradition of Jackson State been doing this a long time. We had some years that 4 or 5 years during that time. I think the 2013 to 2018, where we had some years that we was down. I was charged to come back in 2018 to build the tradition of the program. And my theme was building on tradition and blazing new trails. And you're talking about the support. You talk about, anytime you're talking about Jackson State, if you're not talking about athletics, regardless of who you are, everybody understands that. They understand the tradition of Jackson State. They understand the history of Jackson State. They understand when you talk about football, that's Jackson State University. So you're talking about, bringing people together and communicate. And I believe in communicating. I live and breathe off my 5 C's. And, number one is change. We don't like change, but we have to make sure that we meet with our constituents, meet with campus leaders. Because I tell my campus, we can't be successful without every area, whether it's housing, whether it's financial aid, whatever that piece is, everybody has to come together as one to make sure we're successful. Community service. We have to get out in the community. We have to make sure, that the community understands what Jackson State is about. We have to be visual and customer service. None of us like to have customer service, but you can't do anything without customer service. You got to have customer service. And then when you do all 3 of those, that brings the Commissioner Cup and that brings championships. But you have to do those 3. Those 3 are very, very important. And people don't understand those P. And customer service, regardless of what you're doing, you got to have good customer service. Sometimes it only takes one time.
Yes, sir.
It only takes one time, one impression. So you got to make sure you're on point. I tell my staff and I tell people all the time, Jackson State is so big in Mississippi. And if you don't feel like being bothered, stay home. Don't go to the store. If you work at Jackson State, you're going to get a conversation. People are going to talk. When you go to Walmart, when you go anywhere you go, you got to be prepared to talk about it. And it could be that one time that you're not prepared. And it's like, hey, man, athletics was rude, the head coach was rude, the AD was rude. So I'm always, always thinking about that. You got to be one up when it comes to things like that because you got to always be prepared. And that's one of the biggest pieces that, we work at Jackson State is we got to communicate together. And we don't have to get along. I tell people every day there's a lot of things that, hey, I think this way. I'm looking at results. What can we do to bring this thing together? What can we do from a financial aid standpoint? What can we do from a housing standpoint? What can we do from an academic standpoint? What can we do? Let's bring everybody in the room because you cannot be successful without your campus leaders. And and we do a really good job at Jackson State working together, and we have to communicate. And with all these tough times and changes with the NCAA, the opting in, the NILs, we have to educate. We have to educate, and that's what a lot of ADs don't understand is you have to get in there, you have to educate your people. You got to let them know what it is, and if we're not serious about what we're doing, this is what's going to happen.
Yes, sir.
And if we're serious about what we're doing, you're going to see the results on the field, and we got to keep pushing that, and those are some of the things that's just like coaches. I tell my coaches all that if you're not at my door, if you're not asking for something, I'm worried about you because I know on our level we don't have everything what we need to be successful. So if you're not continue to say, hey, see, so these are some of the things I want to do moving forward. This is the vision I have for the program. I tell my coaches, when you quiet, I'm worried about you. I'm very worried about you. And I like aggressive coaches. I like coaches that's going to go in and work and do what they need to do. And it's going to be some tough times. I tell people that what you do during those tough times. What are we going to do? Are we going to work together as one? Are we going to sit in the room? Well, you can say what I tell my coach. You can say whatever you want to say to me, but when we leave the door, we're going to be on the same page. And that's what it's about. It's not about Ashley Robinson. It's not about walking around with a shirt or tie. It's about these coaches and these student athletes and giving them what they need to be successful. If you want to be successful in athletics, if you're not a servant, you're in the wrong profession.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
AD?
Dr. Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Number one, I always kid you because I can, because if you weren't successful at what you were doing, I wouldn't be kidding you, because nobody would even catch half the jokes that we be shooting back and forth at each other.
Right.
But you've been successful in successful programs, successful off the field, and some of the things you do.
And
multiple
institutions too.
Yes, multiple institutions. But even with that success, there's still opportunities for growth.
That's right.
So going off of Dr. Cavill giving you the ranking, the top ranking, still, what are some of the things that you still look to improve on so that you can maintain that title and the envious position of other people in the SWAC, so that you can remain out front? What are some of the areas that you look to improve on this upcoming year?
That's two-time winner, 2 out of the last 3 years.
That's right. So, we got to improve on the infrastructure. We got to do some things infrastructure-wise to make sure that our facilities are upgraded. We got to do some things when it comes to NIL, when it comes to supporting our programs and making sure we're giving our coaches, that latitude to do what they need to do. We got to improve on meeting those benchmarks when it comes to opting in. Those are huge benchmarks when you come to different sports and what you can and can't do and those things. So those are 3 areas that you're talking about infrastructure. We got to get that. I'm a big structured organization guy. We got to come up with a strategic plan, and we've had some things in place. Right now we have the 40 by 40 campaign. We have the Building Champion Fund that's out there. So we're doing some things differently. One of the things different that I wanted to do is, for Labor Day weekend, we're always at some classic. So we've created a classic on campus this year, and we'll be home against Hampton, which we're doing something different. Hope Credit Union Labor Day Classic. And when I say Hope Credit Union Labor Day Classic at Jackson State, you know what that means, right? That means we're going out in the community and we're creating revenue and building the community to do some things and naming those classics and bringing things home so we can do more things to support our student athlete. So I'm tasked with, my biggest piece is, I got to go find the revenue. I got to go find the sponsorships. I got to go build more relationships in the community, more relationships in the state of Mississippi, more relationships in the nation, in the United States, to support Jackson State athletics and tell people what we're about. And that's the biggest task. And I think, once you create that revenue and you come in and do what you need to do, everything else falls in place. You've got the right coach in place, and no doubt I feel like we have all our head coaches. I'm very, happy and successful with them. So I got to do my job now, and that's the biggest pieces. I got to go out and create more opportunities for NIL and more revenue-based opportunities so we can support our coaches and student athletes.
Well, you got 11 institutions trying to chase your heels down. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, last question, Mike.
Yeah, Ashley, good to see you. Sitting next to you. Obviously,
you look good in that blue
obviously I'm wearing blue, but not by design.
I got you.
I was in the transfer portal a few years ago. That little thing that happened with Prairie View A&M, but I'm back out now. So like Dr. Cavill. So
well, I know they're giving you $10. I got 12.
You got 20. I'm 20,
I can
25.
give you a $2 raise.
Appreciate it. Doc don't give me nothing, so but grief. But anyway, we've talked about, your awards, but, you talked earlier about your stakeholders. You talked about, the faculty. You talked about the administration. You talked about the players. As you go into 2025, tell us, some of the ways you're going to really engage those other stakeholders, and that's the fans, the alumni. Tremendous job up to this point. Probably one of the most engaged alumni and fan base that you have. Right. Can you tell us what are some successes? What are some of the next steps to make sure that they stay engaged as well?
Right. Well, I think one of the biggest pieces is one of the things that alumni asked me to do is bring more classics to Jackson. And that's what we're doing. We just signed a 3-year deal. I don't know, with Tuskegee. Tuskegee would be a classic every year. We use that at WC Gordon Classic. They would be on campus, and I think that's a great matchup. And also, we would start doing some things for Labor Day weekend each year. And that's one of the initiatives that we want to do to keep revenue base here. Our fans travel, and I tell them all the time, I'm not really concerned about, the other games except the 5 home games. I need 50,000 out of all 5 home games. You know, we travel. Now, we're going to travel. We're going to be there and do a lot of things. But, you know, we've done a lot of traveling the last 5 or 6 years. So, you know, I wanted to make sure that we bring some games home, bring some classes home, create some revenue there, be able to sell some sponsorship, create some inventory. I tell people you can't have sponsorships and do things without the inventory. So we're creating some inventory and creating some space and creating some naming rights and creating some classic names and things of that nature so we can bring that revenue in. And we're doing that. That's one of the newest things that we're doing, that we're working on. One of the things we talked about this earlier, we have the 40 by 40 campaign. You know, I tell people if you just sit down and think about the 40 by 40 and people at JSU by 40, you know, you're asking 50,000 alums to get $40 a month. Now, if you do the math, if you do that consistently in a 12-month base, you can support your athletic program and do it on a day-to-day basis and do what you need to do. And then on the Building Champion Fund to support our facilities, we asking 50,000 to give $10 a month. And that's a 12-month campaign that we're working on. And the biggest piece is it's a training process, but it's also an educational process. And teaching your alums on how to give. Sometimes it's not about how much you give. It's about the volume of people that give. So if you get 50,000 people to give every single month to athletics, you think about some of the things that they will give. And not just, you know, I tell people, I'm not just advocating for athletics. If you 50,000, just give to Jackson State University. Give to the college you graduated from. I mean, give to the institution. If you think about if all 50,000 come together and give, you know, Jackson State has no problem. So that piece is educating them, and you know, our people like to see, you know. And when I got here, I said, hey, you got championships now. You're seeing some of the things we're doing in facilities. So now I gotta lean on you to make sure that and put some pressure on you. Say, hey, I need your support. And there's no time other than now that we need support, you know, for our alumni and our fan base and the community with all the different things that's going on and the landscape of athletics. And we got to have that support now. So, you know, just creating that environment, creating some things to show them what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. You know, we're show fans. We got to see something. You know, we got to win something. We got to show people. So I think we've done a really, really good job of winning championships. And now we're working on taking this thing to the next level and showing people that, you know, it can be done. And my biggest deal, and I say this everywhere I go, I want to show people it can be done at HBCU. You know, that's the part that I'm tired of people saying what we can't do. You know, we come together as one. We can do a lot of things, and we can support a lot of things. You know, so you know, that's one of my biggest goals, and that's why I'm here. I'm here because I want to be here. I've had opportunities every single year, but I love Jackson State. I love my community. I love my alumni. I love my supporters. I love my coaches, and I love, you know, sitting here saying people telling me what it can't be done. You know, ain't no way you're gonna get that done at Jackson State. Ain't no way you're gonna get that done at a Prairie View. There's no way you're gonna get that done at a Valley. And all that we can show that those things can happen, and we've done that. So we just got to make sure that sustainability piece and being sustainable and keeping this thing together. And that's the biggest initiative that I'm working on this year.
Yep. They spoke, you listened, and put it into fruition. Awesome.
Right. With that, we'll close out here and get prepared to take this next break. But before we do that, you talked about the W.C. Gordon Classic against Tuskegee.
Right.
This year, you were able to come down to Texas Southern University and visit with our students.
Right.
The VP of Athletics, and I appreciate that. But now we're taking the HBCU lecture series on the road symposium.
That's
right. And our first stop is going to be at Jackson State for that W.C. Gordon on that Friday. So people were announcing it here. Look for that coming. We'll have at least 4 of them this year throughout the fall football season going to different campuses. But our first stop is going to be that Friday in Jackson, Mississippi at Jackson State University under the guidance of Ashley Robinson putting together. So look for more information so you can be a part of it. We're excited to have you and thank you for everything you're doing. That is Ashley Robinson, Vice President of Intercollegiate Athletics at Jackson State University, the Jackson State University, as they like to say around that part. And we're BCS Game Time. We'll be right back after this next break.
There we go.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum designed for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot.
That
Right.
might be.
It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics.
Hey, and we're back here live from the SWAC Media Day, and I'm here with Ms. Stephanie Robinson and Ms. Cindy Cates of the Alabama Virtual Academy, which is a K-12 school, and K-12 is one of our sponsors here with the Black College Sports Network, and we are here to ask them some powerful questions. First of all,
tell us about the Alabama Virtual Academies and the new Legends Academy that will be started here in Alabama.
I'll take that, Dr. Robinson. So currently in the state of Alabama, Stride K-12, we have 3 schools. We have ALDCA, which is Alabama Destinations Career Academy. That school is tied with Chickasaw City Schools down near Mobile. We also have the Alabama Virtual Academy, which is with Eufaula. And now we have a brand new school coming on, Legends Virtual Academy, with, of course, Tuscaloosa County.
And talk to us a little bit more about the new school, Legends Academy, and your emphatic love of sports.
Oh, goodness, that is really pulling my heartstrings. I do love sports. I did spend a little time serving with the Alabama High School Athletic Association, their board, so that just enthralled my love of sports, and I spent some time brick and mortar. So I love all things athletics, all things sports. But we're opening this new virtual academy. It's called the Legends, and it is going to be part of our K-12 schools. It's going to start off with a K-11 spread, and then they'll add the senior in time, and it will also have all the access to all the things that Ms. Cates is over the Career Tech Center, and they'll have access to those programs as well.
And so,
our Career Tech schools, we're going to service all 3 of them.
okay, so that's a good thing. So in essence, your students that are here in Alabama that are full-time virtual, their opportunity to get on-the-job training, their opportunity to get training outside of the classroom. We just met with Sedesco today, and Sedesco talked about those what we call durable skills and soft skills. How do you guys feel that we have the ability to coordinate and transfer those type skills throughout our students in our unique virtual platform?
Well, I do think we can do that throughout all of our courses that we offer, just a general ed, but also our career tech courses and things like that.
We have 7 programs that we offer. We'll be offered to 3 schools and really getting our kids job ready. So in the skills that we teach, yes, in the course of study, right? We got to do that for the state of Alabama. But then also just virtually having them come to classes, work ready, the way they dress, the way they talk, the things that they do, the preparing resumes, things like that. But ultimately getting them out there with like Sodexo for opportunities outside of this virtual world that we have.
So, and the one thing we do like about this opportunity space is the fact that in the state of Alabama, we can get into Sodexo, we talk about multiple places, from Tuskegee to UAHU, University of Alabama, Huntsville, to Stillman, and so now it gives you got some unique opportunity to serve students across the state of Alabama in a unique way, no matter where they are.
So I would love that. And the word opportunities is just a big word for me. We are a virtual school, which means wherever you are, you have the opportunity for learning. A lot of our kids travel. A lot of them play sports outside of the state. So we have those opportunities. But at the same time, and Ms. Cates has not mentioned this, she's really big on developing partnerships with the colleges and universities. So our kids have the opportunities for this dual enrollment. So we are a public school. Everything that someone offers in the brick and mortar, we're offering that as well. So we want our kids with those opportunities, not just the virtual at home, but if there's a community college in your area, open the doorway, find those opportunities. We have partnerships with them, and we recognize those dual enrollment courses as well.
Now, the one thing that you and I talked about earlier this week is super exciting it's super exciting is about the partnership with Shelton State. And our kids have the opportunity to have dual enrollment. Also, though, that pathway to get you to Honda, Hyundai, and Mercedes inside that automotive training process, that's what we really wanted to see. And you talked about that ability to walk out of your living room and get at the Shelton State into the program, apprenticeship. How did you go about building that partnership, and what makes it the ideal partnership for our schools?
Well, the great thing about the partnership, honestly, we've worked with them dual enrollment outside of leaving the virtual and going to Shelton State, but our students showed up there. They really came out, and Shelton State, some of them work for Shelton State now, and so that built the reputation of our students. And so with them, we are doing the first in the state where they're offering it to students throughout the state, and our own teachers will be the adjunct professors teaching our students within our virtual setting. So one class that we're offering will offer the high school credit, 6 hours of college hours, and then also a certification possibility in one course. So the opportunities are improving daily.
So we're continually talking about how do we become job ready. As you see all of the young people here today, you see young people here in this AV space. And as we wrap up in this segment and talking about the virtual education piece, I truly believe we have a unique opportunity to be great, to produce job-ready students, not only for the state of Alabama, but for the United States as a whole. And, lastly, congratulations. I think we're doing a great job. And with K-12, Powered Schools here in Alabama, and the new Legends Academy, we're about to be really good. And you two have got to be fabulous on the front line. So thanks again for coming out, and we look forward to seeing you guys next year, SWAC Media Day, same time, same place, and now we're off to commercial.
There's a shot to right. It could be. Right field, grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Yes, everybody else will be back over there.
There's a shot to right. It could be. Right field, grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app. As we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot to right. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. All you guys at BCSN, we really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACChallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN, we really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KeaversVoice.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app. As we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot. To right. It might be. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. No. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. And all you guys at BCSN, we really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the BCSN Game Time Show. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. We have got a lot going on, guys. It's SWAC Media Day. It's the kickoff of college football as far as we're concerned and getting things going and getting moving. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that we've heard about today. Let's start with the SWAC Television Network. Doc, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a game changer. I think a lot of folks had interest in this, but to the commissioner's credit, in my opinion, he wanted to make sure it was done right. So he said they've been planning on it for 3-4 years, 3.5 years, I think, to be exact. And he was working with those that have done it before. So which speeds up the time, but also makes sure that some of the things that you may have headaches, you don't have as many of them because you haven't known. So he has a consultant involved. He said he reached out and talked with Commissioner Sly of the SEC, which is a power broker in this. The financials that he's going to get in terms of supporting sounds significant. So what I was amazed when you think about last year when you talked about the state of the SWAC financially where it was, is that it was above a couple of the FBS programs.
Okay.
And so if you add this to it, that means you start to push up even more. So with the changing landscape, the ability to navigate it in a financial way that you don't get behind, I think is significant, which means you get to kind of push forward. So that's the biggest thing I came out of it. And the number of games, 42, and talking about all sports moving forward, I think is significant with the fans who have always had an interest of following this. And now you're answering that need such a way that they'll be able to see SWAC programs, not only their own, but other games as well, which really creates a unique framework for the fans of the SWAC and HBCU sports. So I think it's incredible.
Carlos?
I want to piggyback and talk what Dr. Cavill was talking about. You often talk about strategic planning, short term, then long term, and then in between. It seems like Dr. McClellan has that down. I just heard you say strategically a 3, 4, 5 year plan. And so make sure they want to get everything done right. Dot the I's and cross the T's. And I agree. I think it's a game changer because the cultural climate we're in now for sports-wise, we can tell our story better than anyone else can.
Absolutely.
And to have that piece of that component going on right now, that is a game changer. Dr. McClellan has done a outstanding job in his staff. So I think bigger and brighter days are ahead.
One of the things.
And you add in the ADs, Vice Presidents of Athletics. Obviously, we had Ashley, who ranked number 1. But you have a lot of the other ADs here, and they're doing incredible work. Working with the conference as a whole, right, from a macro level. But then you look at the micro level in terms of what many of them are doing within their institution is extremely significant. And so you kind of have those folks working together and crossing over. It continues to push stuff forward. So it's good to see that you see it from the president, chancellor's level. And I say that academically, we have 5 institutions in the SWAC that are R2 status, with 2 of them just announcing that they're moving towards R2 status, with Alabama A&M and Grambling State with their R2 plan. You have Prairie View, Texas Southern, Jackson State, and FAMU in terms of the 5 that are R2 status. So I think you see a holistic picture in a very challenging environment. The fact that you see things continue to progress and move forward, I think is significant, particularly when you add on the current environment in which they're trying to operate in.
Yes, sir. One of the things that I think that we also tend to forget as we look at this, as you call it, this new environment, because it is, with the settlement case and all those things, But the key thing that I believe that the HBCUs have and have always had is the tradition. When
absolutely.
you talk about the other FCS schools, once you get, and I've often said this, once you go beyond the Power Four, I guess it is now, it used to be the Power Five conferences, you don't have a better opportunity to generate revenue than the HBCUs do. Because we've been playing football, because we all know, first off, that all this runs through football. All these things are centered around that. And, you've got our schools that have 100-year traditions that they've been playing. We've got 5 generations of fans. But when you look at other FCS programs, and, we look at Georgia, we talk about Atlanta all the time. You got schools, great schools like Kennesaw State, Georgia State, and all those. Well, they literally just started playing football in the past 20 to 30 years. So they haven't really had a chance to build up that. So when you do something like that, the conferences that they're in, like I think Conference USA brought a bunch of those schools in, things of that nature. They don't have the ability to do what the SWAC is going to do and put all of those programs on and have hundreds of thousands of people willing to watch those programs and get those things going. Now, I also want to get into something a little bit more lighthearted. Carlos actually just brought it up. We were going to bring this up a little bit later on as we get going with some stuff. These rivalries are going to be really, really, I think this is going to help even with those. It's going to help expand a lot of the rivalries because the big thing, and Doc, you made this point, when it's over. Well, I know you made it, and I think I may have heard you say something about it as well, Carlos. Rivalries aren't just football. When you talk about a real rivalry, you want to beat them in everything. Tiddlywinks, basketball, baseball, It doesn't matter. My tailgate better than yours, it's going on. And I think that those are the things that we have to also be able to work into and pull into and get some things going.
Well, and a lot of that is also the setup. There's a uniqueness to the setup with the divisions. And I know a lot of folks are talking about going without the division for football. But one of the things that I talk about that is unique for us that you don't always have to follow every trend out there until you really get enough aggregate numbers to say to do it. But the divisions allows folks to create winners in the divisions before you get to the championship game. But it forces some rivalry setup, right? Because you're fighting for that divisional top spot.
Yep.
So rivalries oftentimes are based on the competitiveness. Sometimes they're based on border lines if you use the configurations of states. Then you have vicinity, how close another institution is. And so there's multiple ways you see rivalries being able to come together. And some of them are multi-level because they fit in various categories.
Right.
Some are long historic and some are short. But the point that I'm often trying to make is that competition creates it.
Yeah.
Well, how you can force competition is a good thing for a business model, not just in terms of capitalism, but in terms of also what you're alluding to is creating those cultural artifacts that put you in a position to do that. So, for example, when you look at the East has dominated in terms of the new configuration of the SWAC championship game since it's been on campus. That East, even though Alcorn is now in the West, when they were in the championship game and winning, they were in the East. Well, even though they move out, you got FAMU and Bethune-Cookman come in, and now you have the natural rivalry. Nobody's taking it away with Jack State and Southern. But as them not being in the same division, even though they play the game, financially it makes sense, it doesn't count. So it creates another dynamic. It's just bragging rights. But when you put in the fact that the FAMU Jackson State game, particularly in football and now even in some other sports, literally is the reason one team wins a division and plays for a championship, creates an entire dynamic of how important that matchup is.
Right.
So you can call it what you want, whether you want to call it a rivalry or not. That's up to you. I'm not going to get in that conversation. I already made my judgment. But what you cannot argue about is the importance of that game.
That's right.
Which is how I'm defining in terms of rivalries also are based on importance.
Yeah.
Right? Another key factor in terms of how you can label somebody as a conference. Same thing when you get into the West Division, how you create that. Southern sees Grambling, obviously, and Jackson State is their rival. But you're taking place as Prairie View, Texas Southern moves up and becomes more competitive in that. trust me, the Southern Texas
that's another
Southern game
layer.
will become more important. And it might not be the top level rivalry, but it'll be a rivalry contest
rivalry.
if Texas Southern gets in there and wins 5 times over a 10-year period. So it's split. So these things create the framework, which brings more interest to the game. So some of this we got to understand just the business framework and not fall in love with our frameworks
Our
of what
emotions.
we emotions.
Our
in terms-
emotions. That's it.
We talk about.
And to Dr. Cavill's point, many layers. Like now, we specifically just was talking, and tell me if I'm wrong, talking about football.
Yeah.
But like in basketball.
Right.
It wouldn't be Grambling for Southern. And one of the persons in the room, in the chat room, brought it up. In basketball, it's Texas Southern.
Yep.
Because of the competitiveness, the back and forth, and then
In the history that they have in terms
Right.
of winning championships. Absolutely.
And then as far as rivalry, sometimes, like now I'll go back to football. Jackson State fans always kid me about, well, we've won 6 in a row. But prior to that, Southern won 8 in a row. So a rivalry is competitiveness, but also it goes back and forth.
Yep.
But there's many layers. Basketball, you can argue Texas Southern.
Yep. Baseball,
For
you
Southern.
argue something else. You get Alabama State into play.
Yeah.
You get a little bit of Texas Southern during a period of time when they were hot. There was a 4 or 5 year period that the rivalry in baseball between Prairie View and Southern couldn't get any better. When you had them fighting for championships, literally in the championship game, playing 3 of the 4 years, Prairie View there 4 years, and then he shifts and goes to Texas Southern.
And
now
then
you get the
there's-
Texas
yeah.
Southern
Yeah.
back in the mix. So coaches changing, moving to different schools within the conference can create rivalries. ADs moving to different institutions
There it
can
is.
create rivalries. So hopefully we learn something from this is that don't get fixated on your definition of a rivalry, but the framework of what it means to be a rival could be important.
And that's to your
All right.
point earlier when you came on our show.
Yeah.
You were saying the rivalries just it extends past just football.
Yeah. Yep.
You
Yep.
know,
Yep.
And so it's interesting.
So we're going to get ready to go ahead and take us a break now. We see some different folks coming in. I'm gonna reach out and holler and see if I can get Coach Shade to see something and come and talk to us over here and get going. But guys, stay tuned. We'll be right back here on the Black College Sports Network. We've got more coming in. John Grant from ESPN. We've got the athletic director from Alabama A&M University, Dr. Paul Bryant, coming in, and much, much more right here on the BCSN Game Time Show live from the SWAC 2025 Football Media Day.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app. As we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Brian Fulford. A.D. Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot. To right. Might be. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. No. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? we fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. 2 powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched, the culture undeniable, the vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and band. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at OrangeBlossomClassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum designed for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot. It might be. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at OrangeBlossomClassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Welcome back to 2025 SWAC Football Media Day here on the Black College Sports Network. Now we have the pleasure of visiting with Coach Roman Banks. I affectionately call him Coach. Still a coach, but he's the director of athletics.
Your mama call you coach? What's coach?
Always
It's AD, man. The profile didn't really.
I always say Coach A.
No,
Coach
I like
Roman Banks.
Old school. Coach fits. Don't change it. Sometimes when you say AD, make you feel like you're old.
Yeah. Well,
I got it. Make you been around a long time, so just say Coach.
Yeah. Well, Coach Banks, glad to have you here in Birmingham SWAC Football Media Day. We often like to talk about the media and how it's important for the ADs, coaches, and everybody to take part in what's going on now. How do you feel? This is not your first time here at SWAC Football Media Day.
Yeah, so I think that is always important to make sure that you're being transparent in the message, whatever that message is that day, that the correct message get out.
Mm-hmm.
I think, in this business, someone told me the other day, I was talking to them, and they say, well, you know, everybody think they can be the AD and the coach. Y'all live in that business, in that world, right?
Right.
And because that's our audience. But really, you want to make sure that you're taking care of the right business behind the scenes because there are some consequences. And so without getting too much into the apples and oranges, because, you know, the average fan don't understand the business side of it, you want to be as transparent as possible and make it simple that hopefully they can digest it and kind of get an understanding of what you're facing.
See the guy next to you? The business. That's what he does. The business of athletics. And
I just get to teach it. He activates
He has a great understanding of the business.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And there's the business side. Then the fans don't get a chance to see that part. Just like a few years ago, we were talking about on the show about from the academic side and the insurance part, like getting the athletes on campus in the summer.
Right.
There's insurance
There's
that
a-
you have to pay, and all
there's a cost go with
right,
all that.
And a lot of people maybe don't realize or know about that. But talk about how important that is, the behind the scenes part that they don't see.
Yeah, so, you know, just you talking about when off season this summer, when football come to camp, right? You know what that bill is for them coming to camp? That's an $80,000 food bill for us. And where that's going to come from.
Yep.
We haven't talked about a game, a
housing
scholarship,
cost.
or nothing like
Not
that,
one
right?
thing.
Housing, like you say. And insurance is a major cost right now. People are trying to figure out insurance all across this country in the Division I landscape. And so, and you want to make sure that you have coverage for your student athletes.
Yes.
And, you know, one of the things about it is that you hope to get to where you just don't have a secondary insurance, that your insurance can be used first, right? But a lot of times at our level, and even mid-major level, if you got insurance with your parents, they want to use that, and then we pay the difference. Yeah.
Yep.
And so,
That's right.
that's cost-effective right now, but you hope to get out of that as well. But if you do have an injury, you don't have insurance, it all kick in as well for you. So these are things that you have to put together. You have to put costs to it. You got to make sure you're academically sound because still APR penalties ain't going nowhere.
No, sir.
And so and I know about that especially because we was the first school to have the unusual data ban, right?
Yeah.
And so I know how important all these things are. And when you have a major infraction like Southern had, right, you can't afford to have another major violation.
No, sir.
Because your consequences are different. So I live in a little different world that I always say, and they say in our staff meeting, I'm just not getting to the point for Southern University that I have the tools in my tool belt that I can use now. And I think because we get to that point, you can see how we study progressing on a consistent basis.
Well, one way that I measure progress is ranking the ADs. We do it at the major division level with HBCU specifically. Folks can see that. So this year you on that top 7 list.
Yes, sir.
And part of that was because of the functionality and things that you were doing. Competitiveness of your program in terms of winning championships. Those points went up, right? The new things that you're doing throughout your organization, updates to facilities are you working on. The way that you're communicating to your fans, providing more information and clarity. Those things are measuring points.
Right.
Where you finished in terms of your overall sports trophies. So let me say congratulations for being on that list to that. But I wanted to ask you a little more in terms of the business side in this new NIL framework. What things are you doing specifically at Texas Southern University that may make you unique?
Start over. Southern University.
Southern University. Did I say Southern University?
I know where your heart at. All right.
That paycheck kicking in. Talking about money.
Yeah, that's right.
But Southern University, you smart. Make sure that your alumni fans out there recognize and get it correct. But at Southern University, what are you doing in the NIL area that people need to be aware of, particularly how they may be able to help you?
So here's what my staff and we had some consultants to come in to help us with this.
Okay.
All right. So in our landscape, it's not too many universities giving cost of attendance. You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
That's the extra benefit for the student athlete, where it used to be extra benefit. It's not extra benefit, but it's a cost associated with tuition that they can get another $3,000 or $5,000 a semester. And so when I start thinking about NIL, I say, well, if we do cost of attendance start growing that, then each kid is getting the NIL, right?
Right.
And so going into this season,
like that.
we're going to be giving, over 50% of our athletic departments a true full NIL. Not NIL, cost of attendance will replace the NIL.
Nice.
And then we hope to grow that to 100% over the next 3 years.
Okay.
And now also, while we're doing that, we have engaged in different platforms, third-party platforms with NIL deals. And so we do have, I would say, our football alone, I think we have probably about 8 or 10 guys that have their deals. And to be honest with you, in some of our sports like softball, we have quite a few young ladies have their deal. Baseball, all of it's not necessarily money.
That's significant.
But we're doing pretty good in the landscape. Now, we don't have the hundreds of thousands of dollars, but some of these kids are getting $5,000 and stuff like that.
And then for them, that's very significant.
Right. And we are also, on top of that, I am starting the Bluff collections.
Okay.
And we're going sport by sport. And so I look to start it in men and women basketball first.
Okay.
And we're off to a good start with that and grow our membership. And we're going to let that Bluff collection be our arm for to raise money for the whole department.
Good. I like that. Let me follow up in terms of one of the things I've heard you talk about at least a year ago, maybe a couple of years ago when I heard it. And then most recently, Carlos, on your show, bringing the associate AD in, speaking about that your value is a lot of way to turn it off. But it's the fact that you have a metric system that you all created that you look at in terms of your scheduling philosophy, certainly for football, but it may be in some other sports as well. Obviously, you might not be able to want to go into the level of detail what it looks at, but how did you come up with the metric, if you would share that with us, and why does it provide value to your department and institution?
And so what we do is we go back and reevaluate. The teams that we play game guarantees from, and then we go back and say, okay, this was they third largest crowd in school history.
Okay.
And then we put numbers to that. Why was that? We were there. I'll give you an example. It's going to trip you all out, but do you know when we played LSU a couple of years ago, we was their second largest attendance?
No, didn't really.
Who beat us was Alabama.
Yeah,
that's right.
And so we started putting those numbers together and compare it to whoever they played, and we have a company come in, and it creates our value for us to be able to do those type of things, what our numbers should look like. So I'm not knocking nobody else, but when we talk about playing a game guarantee, we know that we're going to bring, let's just say, 10,000 people.
But the facts in terms of the number, it's not about bragging, it's data-driven.
So we bring it out, and I appreciate to be able to have that token in my pocket because we travel so well.
Gotcha.
And I appreciate Jaguar Nation for that, right?
Absolutely.
And so I always talk about it now, you need to come home because those dollars go to them, and we need our own dollars.
Yeah.
But I'm able to use that as an advantage for Southern University. And people say you're a hard negotiator. I'm just trying to protect our brand and get what we're worth.
Hey, you're a good negotiator, in my opinion. Yeah, and you got to be tough.
To me, it's not just the negotiation itself. Anytime that you can put metrics and data behind it, even folks that you're negotiating with, they can respect it because they see the data and they understand that you're not just putting numbers out there because you believe you should get it. It's data to support that. If you work with us within the framework, we know this data, it's going to pay dividends to you back because you're going to get the influx in terms of your attendance at your particular campus.
Correct.
So the value is there.
It's there.
You're just making sure that the value that you have data-driven supports that, allows you to make the decisions of how you move.
And I feel like me being versed in that is my value of being an athletic director.
Okay.
right? And I was supposed to have that information. I was supposed to use it to Southern University
benefit. That's right. Absolutely.
On that note, we're going to take a timeout. We appreciate Coach Banks.
Thank you, guys.
Director of Athletics at Southern
great
University.
job. Appreciate it. Yep.
Coming on here, SWAC Football Media Day 2025 from Birmingham, Alabama. We'll be back after this quick timeout.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KeaversVoice.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use
Oh, well, we're live. All right, good to see. Good to see we're back on. We do it live. That's all right.
We'll take over.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome back to the BCSN GameTime show right here from the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day. And I've got the Mississippi Valley State contingent here joining us, the new athletic director of Mississippi Valley State, Dr. Alicia Shields Gadsden.
Yes.
And the new head football coach, Terrell Buckley, and, of course, Carlos Brown. Well, thank you for joining us. Oh, Dr. Gatz, there we go. So why don't we start with the administrative portion, Coach, if you don't mind. We'll start with the newest member of the Mississippi State Valley family. Talk a little bit about the opportunity to lead this program and what this opportunity means to you.
Well, first of all, I'm just glad to be here. A lot of people are welcoming me to the SWAC, but I tell them this is a welcome back.
Okay.
So this is my second go-round back in the SWAC, so I'm very familiar with Mississippi Valley. I'm very familiar with the history and the tradition and the fire and everything that it's going to take to move this program forward. We have a new football coach, and we're so excited. And this is day 2 for me, so
right there. No, you're good right there.
I got it now.
Yes.
So we're going to I got it together now. But we are so excited about our new football coach, and there's so many wonderful things. If you've seen the facility that we have, we're going to have an outstanding opportunity for him to build the program that we know that we're going to have. And so we're starting at a position, and all we're going to do is move the needle forward. You'll hear him talk a lot about one goal, one team, and one valley in motion, and that's what we're going to have. So we are thankful for the work that our president is doing, Dr. Briggs, and bringing in Coach and myself. We are change agents, and we're here to make a change.
What are some of the first steps? Obviously, it's a challenge. Any new position, but even at Mississippi Valley State, we understand there are challenges. But what are some of the steps that you're addressing first, or looking to address first, to make Mississippi Valley State one of the premier, or once again make it one of the premier institutions, athletic programs in the SWAC?
Well, I'll tell you, it's changing the culture.
Okay.
We got to prioritize and make the main thing the main thing. And the main thing is for us is really just changing the culture and creating a culture where our student athletes feel that they can accomplish anything. And we have some great leaders that are not just going to lead them on the field, but in the classroom and get them life lessons. So for us, it's changing the culture, bringing in a coach like Coach Buckley that's going to not only bring the football acumen, but also the leadership, the wisdom, and things that we know our young athletes are going to need as they grow. So that's step one. Step one is getting in and establishing the discipline and establishing some structure and getting started.
Okay. Carlos, go ahead.
Well, she said two key words. We had a chance to talk yesterday, and you didn't talk about the schematics and the philosophy at first. You talked about discipline and changing the culture and the mindset. And I must say I enjoyed that conversation, because a lot of times you talk to the coaches, but you realize that administrators, they're human too.
Yeah.
But their profession is such. So I'm wishing Mississippi Valley State the best. And I tell you what, you convinced me already. I mean, but discipline and culture is the things you talked about.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, it starts with that. If you go through all these things, you can have 15 different things that you need as a coach and your team to accomplish. Attitude is the first one. If your attitude is bad or negative, you have no chance. And then from there, the discipline part. All the other stuff comes down. If you're disciplined and understanding the assignment, that gives you opportunity to change the culture. And also being real with yourself. I always tell them, I know me. I have that self-talk. All of us need counseling. All of us have to be real with ourselves, have that self-talk. Why have we not been successful at the Valley? And how can we get this thing with a new era? Valley is rising. Okay, that was a good slogan, but what are we going to do? How do we, like you was talking about earlier, those steps? First thing, if I don't have to worry about you off the field, it's going to be easy to take care of you on the field.
Yes.
And also it gives me an advantage on the field, because I know if you coming in there with 3.0s and higher, your FBI is going to be high. Now in the fourth quarter, when you keep doing it, the other team is doing the same thing, we can go make that adjustment. Bam, 2 plays later, 14 points, we win the ball game. And if you in the Valley shape, Valley shape is different than anybody's shape.
You talked about that yesterday.
You get in Valley shape, you are prime.
What is Valley shape? Come on now. Carlos knows, because you were part of that conversation.
Valley shape
I missed
like
out.
this.
What's Valley shape?
That's proprietary.
This is one of those things. The old saying.
What you can tell. Share what you can share.
The old saying, and Dion used this. He got this on this. We did this at Florida State. You look good. You feel good.
Yeah.
Feel good. You play good. You play good. You get paid good.
Yeah.
Right? That's the type of shape. No quit. The desire is there. The attitude is there. And we're not just going to finish. Everybody can finish. We're going to close that door. When we close that door, it is over. She's singing up there in the corner. Game over.
Nice. Let me ask.
You know we truly believe this, right?
Well, of course you have.
We are living this. This is not just something we're talking about. We're sitting up here and we truly believe this. We are both competitors and we're coming in to compete. So we believe this. When we step out on that field, we come in to win every game.
I'm glad you said that.
Brian, that's after the end of our conversation, it was great, but because I'm a Southern alum, he said, we'll see you their home opener.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, hey, all games matter.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
Coach, let me ask. Now, you've had a illustrious career professionally.
Yes.
And then you transition from your professional career to coaching. And as you look at young student athletes, young men in 2025, what things resonate with you when you look back on your time playing? And, of course, you came out of Florida State. You came out of, I believe, you're from Mississippi, correct?
Yes.
From Mississippi to Florida State.
State champs. Don't forget
Shout
that.
it out. Shout it out. I'm not familiar. I'm familiar with you from
in the
Florida
house.
State and
State
Florida.
champs,
You know.
88.
But in
Greenwood.
being able to transition and go from how you played and how you were of that mindset and getting young people, I think it's probably one of the biggest challenges. You talked about changing culture. So how do you make those steps? What things have you done since your hiring to start to lay that foundation with the young men in the program?
What was the mindset? I walked in, the first thing I told them, this is not about me. I don't need accolades. I don't need to be the coach of the year. I don't need any of that stuff. I'm here for you guys. I'm here to change the culture, to change the attitude, the mindset of the entire program. I have a nickname. I have a Super Bowl ring. I am a Hall of Famer. So as I am getting on to you, and it's going to be tough, because if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Everybody could do it.
And we have to change this. And change attitude. And some guys, either you're going to buy in, or what they say about the transfer portal, everybody's worried about the transfer portal. If you treat guys the right way, you let them know you care about them, you discipline them, then you talk to them, that is something you don't have to worry about. If it becomes a financial issue, that's something totally different. But that right there, the first day, and we was consistent from that day up, we still are consistent. And the guys understand that. And that's one of the things that they've talked about. Because I asked too. I like self-reflect, like, okay, what are we doing? They really appreciate the consistency that we bring every day, no matter what it is, off the field, on the field, having a conversation with them. The consistency part is the main thing.
Okay.
I mean, once again, these are lessons not only you can apply on the athletic playing field, but off the athletic playing field. And again, I was just impressed. I mean, talking with you yesterday, I think you have a great plan. You're going to put it forth. And I look for Mississippi Valley State, not the Mississippi Valley State of 5 years ago.
Not even last year.
You do have a history back in the 80s. I guess I'm telling my age now.
Yes.
But it's good to see our brethren do well.
Yes.
And so how we can support them,
Yes.
that's the big thing, because we are HBCU family
Yes.
at the end of the day, but on the athletic playing field, we like to compete against each other.
Yeah.
But that's the big picture at the end of the day.
Well, I want to add this too. This is how I look at the HBCU world. It's like a family reunion.
Yeah.
We're going to sit in here and laugh, have a good time. Then all of a sudden, we got to go play these spades. We got to go play the games. It's game time. We go out, we play the games, we do all that. And now, whoever wins, you're going to give your all. Afterwards, you get back together, and you have this. This is what you have. I know half the other head coaches. I've played against them. I've ran them out, seen them out in the street somewhere, and we talk, have great conversations with each other. But they know one thing. When we get between them lines, it is on.
Yes.
But we could do all that in a respectful way.
Yes. Yeah. Before I let you go, I want to ask a question, Dr. Shields and to Coach, regarding one of the most talked about things. And when people started looking at the Mississippi Valley State football schedule, it's the move of one of the home games against Florida A&M to Atlanta. Can you speak on, or what you can speak on, the opportunity to move that game to Atlanta, and then for you, Coach, if you would speak on what's your thoughts on giving up, as some will say, giving away a home game, because it was originally a Valley home game. You guys have a great home schedule, by the way. I love it. So Valley fans, you get those season tickets because that is an exciting home schedule that you have coming to Itta Bena. But so if we could talk maybe from an administrative level, and then Coach, if you would speak on maybe the moving the game and your thoughts on that.
Well, we talk a lot about expanding the brand. And one of the things and one of our goals for Coach is we need to tell our own story. And so, you may know about us in Mississippi, but we need the world to know about Mississippi Valley. So all of these wonderful things, we don't want to keep it to ourselves. So for us, it's expanding the brand and getting into those spaces where we know other young people that may not have had a chance to be engaged with any teams from Mississippi, and especially our HBCUs. So for us, it's an opportunity, not just a game, it's an opportunity to commune with our supporters, with our alumni, but it's also an opportunity for those young generations that don't know Terrell Buckley and know of his true history, and now they can get re-engaged. And so we have an opportunity to meet all of these young people and to make an impression upon them. So while it may be giving up a home game, what we're hoping, though, this is bigger than that, and it's an opportunity for us. We talk a lot about telling our own story and really being assertive and aggressive about getting out there and really just expanding the footprint so that everywhere you go, you're going to see that green and you're going to know that's Mississippi Valley.
Okay.
And you're going to know we're coming.
And you're going to know we're coming. So I would say this, a lot of what they say, if you don't know your past, you tend to repeat it. But one thing people have forgotten is how Florida State became Florida State. Because Bowden had a saying, anytime, anywhere, to expand the brand.
Yep.
And that's our motto. You want to go play over here? Okay. Let's go. You want to go play here?
Love it.
What time?
Love it.
Right.
We will be there. And you better be ready, because we're going to be ready.
We ready.
Okay. And I will say, as we get ready to conclude, one of the games that changed my life is when Mississippi Valley State and Grambling came to Indianapolis in 1984 for the inaugural Circle City Classic. As a Midwest kid of HBCU parents now, there was no other game or event like that. And to see, we all knew about Grambling, but I'll never forget my dad told me, watch out for this young man named Jerry Rice at Mississippi Valley State. And seeing that game, that culture, that was the first time I heard and learned about Valley. Paid attention ever since. But that moment which you spoke of, that resonated with me. You were creating that opportunity for young people in the Atlanta area. And like I said, I hope it turns out to be. I have Florida A&M ties. We love the game coming to Atlanta, but for Valley, I'm hoping it does begin to open up that door, and does for some young people what it did for me way back in the day, showing my age there, but
and we're going to say it's a rehearsal for us to one day get into that Celebration Bowl. So
look at that.
We know
look at
Coach
that.
has that on his radar as well. So we're going to talk it.
And we're going to create some more greats, right? There's only one right now. Jerry Rice is the greatest. And I want to put it out. Hopefully we have a stadium, a statue for him. We want to create some more Ashley Ambroses and some Deacon Jones and those guys. That's the goal.
Gotcha. Well, again, I want to encourage everybody, make sure you get on board. Get on the bus now before it gets filled up and you lose a seat. Again, thank you, Coach Buckley. Thank you, Dr. Shields-Gordon. And make sure to follow Mississippi Valley State this season. And we'll be back in just a moment, live from the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day.
A certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot to right. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and band. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KeversVoice.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. course, lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Ryan.
They look clean too.
These things are great.
You see us, we having a little fun in the background. This is BCSN Game Time.
We live?
Yeah.
Y'all better tell me something now. Tell me something.
Coach had fun talking about them Taylor suits the gentlemen got on. They just got finished shooting a commercial I told you about. And so they living their best life. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. So this is BCSN Game Time as we are live here in Birmingham 2025 for the SWAC Football Media Day.
Wow.
And we have the champs are here.
Oh, yes, sir.
I know y'all looking forward, but I'm going to do it one more time.
Okay.
For last year. The champs are here.
Yes, sir.
Now we can move forward in terms of 2025 because I know how you are as coaches and players now.
Definitely.
Y'all done turned the page. Y'all looking at this season.
Got to, dog.
So we got T.C. Taylor, head coach
of Jackson State University. I know around them parts y'all like to say the Jackson State
there you go.
University. I'm
All
going to get it right.
right.
That's
All
what I do. I do it over here. But talk about what has you excited for this upcoming season.
These guys right here. You know, these guys right here as well as some other players back on campus, man. We got a good core coming back.
Wow.
Some names you called out, you know, like I said, Jeremiah Williams, Kobe and Morgan, Travis Terrell, Jonas Fortilli,
MVP.
Reed Pulliam. I can go on. You know, we got a good squad coming back, as well as some new pieces. And, you know, we added a Nate Rimbert is coming in time from Valley.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Shamar Savage, one of your guys.
Yeah.
You ain't want me to bring that name up.
I was going to say that. Keep it quiet.
They looking real good. Dog.
He working
you know,
well out
Quincy
there because I
Avery,
respect him. Great guy.
Kanye Warner, all those guys from Alabama State.
Wow.
You know, we didn't just go out and chase names from big schools. We
that.
chased the right guys, and they doing the right things right now on a day-to-day basis. But it's because of these two guys and their leadership.
I know in a lot of ways for you, defense is the ball that really fascinates you, and that's where a lot of things start. So I'm going to start and give some love to the defensive side and defensive player here, defensive lineman, Jeremiah Williams. Talk about what you've done in the offseason, yourself and your teammates, to be prepared for this season.
Oh, man, it's a blessing, man. Man, we just the work ethic, man. Them guys push me. And them guys pushing me, man, it pushes me to work harder. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I set a standard for them. So if I don't work hard, they're not going to work hard. So I get extra. I get extra on the weekend. So I got a Sunday suit. So I walk in my Sunday suit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every other day, you know, just to get a feel of, you know what I'm saying, fall camp, because fall camp gonna be tough. So I just gonna get myself prepared and ready.
Then we got the offensive side of the ball. I know for you, you look at special teams as well, but they didn't allow you to bring 3 people. They allowed you to bring 2.
I would have if y'all have told me, though.
Exactly. We got the star. A lot of folks focus on the quarterback, particularly at the Jackson State University, and it's Jacoby Morgan in terms of that. And you were looking the part, certainly played the part in a lot of ways, but stylish outfit.
Yep.
We talked about earlier, tailored.
Yes, sir.
I guess you're from that marketplace where you're talking about you feel good, you play good, you know, you look good for sure. But
Most
tell
definitely.
us, what are your thoughts in terms of the offensive side of the ball? What are you excited in terms of how your game has matured? What are the next steps that you want to see yourself and your team take this upcoming season?
For myself, just working on my footwork, marrying the game up with my feet, marrying the routes up with my feet. But I'm more excited for the guys. I see it in practice every day, going against Jeremiah and going against, you know, using my weapons, that the fans definitely got something in store for them. So I'm more just excited to play on Saturdays so that my guys can show what they can do.
Staying with you, take me a little bit inside the practice, locker rooms, or whatever you want to talk about, or even going to class with your teammates. What makes it so special to be a part of the Jackson State University?
It's a brotherhood. We very goal orientated. So, you know, we all work until December, so I feel like it's very easy to gel with guys no matter what walks of life they come from, no matter what school. When you come to Jackson State, you know the goal. So just being able to gel off the field is also a blessing, because those guys are real people and they also have stories, and it's a reason they came to Jackson State. And so it's all been a blessing, and just, you know, being able to bond with those guys has been wonderful.
Perfect. Looking forward to the season. So those matchups, worked with Ashley earlier. We're adding some stuff with the HBCU Symposium Election Series for your W.C. Gordon. We will be in town. We did it at Texas
right?
Southern with Tuskegee that Friday. We'll have a lot of things going on that talks about what are you doing academic, athletically on the sports side, so folks that want to have careers after they
JSU's winning on both sides right now.
Yeah, and that's why we want to be a part of it.
Close to 90% graduation rate. We winning football games. You know, it's a great time to be a Tiger right now.
Yeah,
I'm excited about it.
I told you I went to transfer portal. I had a couple of days of it. It was good. I ain't gonna lie. I had to jump back out. You know what I'm saying? But y'all let me have it, so I appreciate that.
No doubt.
Let me go back to you, Jeremiah. I'm gonna ask you a similar question, same question. What, from your perspective, makes it so special to be a part of the Tiger Nation?
Just like Jacobian said, man, the brotherhood, man, just to meet new guys, even though they leave, they come back, or, you know, whatever like that. And the fans, man, very important, man. The vet, playing in that vet, ain't nothing like the vet. And I feel like we're the best HBCU when it comes to the fans, man. Just the support is unmatched, and this is what I love about this team.
Good. Last one, Coach. I'm gonna get you out of here on this. I know you got to move around, and I appreciate you making sure
Always
that you had
got to
the time
stop
to
through
come
here,
in.
Doc.
Yeah,
You know,
appreciate
I'm
that.
never
It means a
leaving
lot.
one of these and you here, and I'm not going to talk to you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That means a lot.
Serious.
Certified. Seriously. I've seen you. I'll tell this over the grind that you did to get to where you are. A lot of times now people see the success, and everybody, wants to shake your hand and be on the side. No disrespect for them. You deserve that.
Yeah.
But I saw you when you were grinding and what it took along with your family to get
we
you
go
there.
a long way back.
Yeah, so there's a lot of respect to see folks that continue to work at their craft,
Mm-hmm.
and they get the accolades that they deserve because they put in the time early on to do that. Y'all doing that as players. I seen him do it as a player, then as assistant coaches coming up the rank, and now the head coach.
Yeah.
So here, get us some insight. What do we expect from this football team? And take me away. I know y'all going to play hard. That's a given. But are there any things that you can share with us? Not necessarily the playbook. We'll take it. Yeah. But tell us. Tell us. Slid that in. Tell us a little bit in terms of offensively first and then defensively, and if necessary, special teams. What can we expect that may be a little bit of a different wrinkle than what we saw last year?
Well, it's like I tell these guys all the time. Once we won that Celebration Bowl, we reached a plateau. I've been saying this all day. We reached a point.
Yeah.
If we show back up August 30 still at that point, we're going to lose games because people are chasing what they saw.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
We can't be that.
And
we know how, and we'll still compete with a lot of people, but we can't be what we were at the end of December. Right. And they taking that challenge on. I'm watching them on a day-to-day basis. Okay. When I don't have to say a lot, I know they're doing the things the right way. But it's a test of those guys that came back and continue to build this culture and build a brand and building their legacy. You know what I mean? But we got, like what people, the discussion that everybody's having, you doggone right we're talented. We're doggone right we're loaded. Both sides of the ball, all three phases, we got really good players.
Wow.
I look at this preseason all-conference list. Let's talk about that real quick. Let me hit on that.
Sure, please do.
I can remember we came in here in 23, and we had very few players on there. I ain't going to say the number. Yep. I can remember we came in here last year, we had very few players on there. Yep. Now you look up, we got 12 players. We got Offensive Player of the Year. Could have been the Defensive Player of the Year right here as well. Wow. But they have to understand that's going off the season you put in for 24. Yep. What the hell is the postseason going to look like for you? So if it's 12 guys plus more that could have been on that list at the postseason, I guarantee you we're back in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah.
I guarantee you we're back playing for another national title. So that's the challenge for them. We can't be the same Jackson State we were last year. We got to continue to take these next steps and keep going, because if we let people catch us, then it's going to be a challenge.
It's on y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on y'all.
Yeah.
I like that. Well, as I promised, I said I'd get you out of here. I appreciate your time. Gentlemen, I appreciate you all giving me the opportunity to serve you all, because it's about you all in terms of the next generation.
Yes, sir.
You're putting in the work and showing it with class. Keep it going, and that's for each of you and your teammates. Let them know that the expectations are high, but you all are reaching it and surpassing it. So we appreciate you all, and that needs to be said.
Yes, sir.
This is BCSN Game Time here in Birmingham. I almost said Atlanta. I guess I'm trying to get there already. Hey,
like
I will be there.
Like that.
God willing. Creek don't rise. We are here in Birmingham for the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day with these fine gentlemen from the Jackson State University. Thank you. We'll be right back after this next break.
Go Tigers.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot. To right. Might be. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? we fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. 2 powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched, the culture undeniable, the vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Welcome back to 2025 SWAC Football Media Day here in Birmingham, Alabama, here on the Black College Sports Network. Now we're going to visit with the head football coach at Southern University, Coach Graves. And Coach Graves, I know you've been all over the place, but we appreciate the time.
Hey, anytime for you, Carlos. You know, you and I go back a long ways, and anytime I can get a chance to come on and talk with you, talk about Southern University football, I'm excited.
Now, Coach, I know you've gotten a bunch of questions about last year, and if I know the guy that you are, 2024 is in the window. Western Division champions, made it to the SWAC championship game, but now the outlook coming into the 2025 football season.
Well, the goal is to be better, a lot better, and so once we the goal is to improve, to be better than we were last year. We're always looking to be better, to get better. And so, last year was a good year for us, but last year is over with. That's over and gone. Everybody's starting off 0-0 in 2025. So, that was a good year, but now it's on to this year.
Now, year two for you. You're a veteran of college football. Usually we ask the question, is it a smoother addition coming into year two, or is it smoother for you coming into year two?
Oh, I'd say it is, because now I've had a whole year to be the head coach, and going through a whole year of a season, preparation, a season, traveling, recruiting, doing all those things. It's a lot easier now, year two, because there's some things that you don't know as when you're not a head coach, and then when you get in the seat, there are a lot of things that you may or may not have been exposed to, and then you have to adjust on that. But it's a lot easier year two than year one.
Now, do you think, from the outside, from the non-coach's perspective, we always talk about a theme coming into the fall camp. If I said competition is one word and physicality coming into, but practicing smart, physicality and competition, two themes of many.
I don't necessarily know if they're themes. I just think that's what you have to have. You have to have competition. If you're not competing to get better each day, then you're wasting time, in my opinion. And then we play football, so it's a collision sport, and not a contact sport. It's a collision sport, so you got to be physical. But at the same token, as you're being physical, you got to know how to practice, and you got to know how to take care of one another. The goal and the object is, and playing under the legendary coach Pete Richardson, he used to always tell us our job is to prepare to get to Saturday. So that's what we do. We practice hard, compete. We're physical. That's the goal, and to get to Saturday sound so we can put on a great performance.
All right, Coach. You have a unique opportunity this year. You're one of two teams who will have an opportunity to start their season in Atlanta and end their season in Atlanta. So I just gave the bookends for that. Tell us what has to happen in the middle so that you can accomplish those bookends.
You got to win games. Gotta win games.
That's the obvious.
That's the obvious. I mean, it's not rocket science. You got to go out there and you got to prepare each every week. And you got to win to have those opportunities. And our guys understand that. But we're going to take it one game at a time. And, you know, we talk about, we set the goal in January our goals are to start in Atlanta with a win and finish in Atlanta with a win. And that's what we're setting out to do. And that's, you know, a lot of people take that as being cocky or arrogant. No, that's goal setting. And we're in a performance business. And if you don't set goals, then what are you competing for? What are you playing for? And so our thing is that's the goals that we set. Now, what are we going to do to achieve those goals?
Right. And speaking of achieving those goals, you know, you had a tremendous year one as coach, one step away from Atlanta last year as year one as a coach. So, you know, for a quarterback, you know, they always say the biggest progression is from year one to year two. For a coach, you've already talked about some of the things you get to do different year one to year two. But what is that transition really like? Take us behind the curtain on that transition from year one to year two, and give me one thing that you learned last year that I wish I would have known that before they gave me this job.
To be honest with you, I don't have that. You know, I don't have that I wish, you know, because I've been preparing for this opportunity. And so, you know, there's always going to be an unknown.
Correct.
So what you have to do is you have to make what I tell the players. You have to make in-game adjustments. So it may be something as a coach that I may not know. But now the key to it is, okay, this happens. So now what's the solution? How can I get this done? How can I achieve this? How can I make this? Who can I call? Who can I talk to about handling this situation? I think that's what you have to do. It's you know, there's always going to be that unknown in coaching and in life. So it's basically, okay, this happened. So what do I do next? How do I handle this? How do I turn the page? And so that's my philosophy. That's how I look at it. And I think it's important because when you have that type of mentality and attitude, it leaks out to your players and it helps them in games and in life of how to deal with life and in-game situations.
All right. One last question before I turn it back to Carlos. And I'm almost afraid to ask this because some of the people always think I'm talking a lot of trash. But since the SWAC championship game has moved to campus sites, the West has not hosted the championship game. And honestly, I think one of the reasons is that because of the parity in the West, you guys beat up on each other so much you just can't dominate and get that home field advantage. You know, so what is it going to take outside of wins for the West to actually get a chance to host it? Because the numbers say if you host a championship game, you win.
Well, I mean, like you said, we gotta win the games, but we gotta prepare each and every week, and we gotta make the most of every opportunity. You know, we gotta be effective, and we have to make sure that we do the little things right. You know, we gotta protect the football. We gotta dominate. We gotta win the kicking game. You know, we gotta continue to play sound defense, and we gotta improve from our position last year offensively. And I know we will, because now our offensive coordinators in year two, the players are now more comfortable. They understand what we're trying to accomplish offensively, moving some people around and doing those things. So I think all those things can help us enhance our chances of being successful. And one of our goals is also hosting the championship. So we got to go out and just work and put the work in, and then at the end, we'll see where we are.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, now, Coach Graves, again, we've been knowing each other for a long time. You talked about leaning on other people, giants before you. Coach Pete Rich is a mentor. Talk about your staff. I get a chance to, from afar to look at you guys, and it's more than just football. It's life issues. But that staff, I'm impressed. Young, HBCU got a little bit of everything in that staff. How important it is to be able to bounce off ideas and schemes with your staff?
Well, I'm blessed and fortunate to have still 2 former head coaches on my staff, and then I have a number of coordinators on my staff as well. But more than anything, they're good men, and that's the first thing. You got to have good character people around you in order, because we're in a people business, and you got to have the people around you to understand and buy into what you're doing in terms of that. So we have a great staff, great men, great leaders who can not only build and teach, but they can also, they open their doors up to help these young men go forward on and off the field.
Well, Coach, yeah, he's my coach. Yeah, I try to be objective, but look, he's our coach, Coach Graves. We wish you much success, your staff, your players, and we appreciate you stopping by and talking with us. We're going to take a quick timeout.
See you in the end zone, Coach.
Oh, yeah, end zone. That's all right. Hey, 7 points or 3 points is still scoring.
There it is.
We'll be back. You're watching the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day, live from Birmingham, Alabama, via the Black College Sports Network. We shall return after this quick timeout.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot. It might be. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and bands. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again.
boy, we having a good time here as you welcome to BCSN Game Time. I'm here with Prairie View A&M University coaches, and we're going to surprise you a little bit from a new title. I'm going to save that a little bit as we get into it, but we got Dr. Williams here in terms of getting things done. We're here, 2025 SWAC football media today, and things are winding down. We have to get this one in here. This is the home team, so I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk with the coach and Dr. Williams in terms of part of that team. But we got to make sure we get it in and then get them out because they got a flight to catch, so they can get back to work and grinding to get ready for the season. I'd imagine the things they're doing. But we have first-year coach here at Prairie View A&M University, Coach Jackson, Tremaine Jackson there. How has it been so far?
It's been good. It's been everything I thought it was going to be and more. Being back at home, being at a place like Prairie View A&M that can be and will be an elite place, and especially in the game of football. So we're excited. We've been off and rolling. Feels like we've been here for a couple of years, even though we only been here for 7 months, man.
Wow.
But no, we hit the ground running.
Dr. Williams, you've been here, what, this year before last? Or last year?
23.
That's what I thought.
23.
You're back and now in a different role.
Yes.
At that time, you were just doing an internship, and a lot of aspiration you have, and some of that has become true. Again, I want to let the cat out the bag we get in here because I want to get into some of the dialogue. But how has your experience been?
The experience has been great, especially coming on with Coach Jackson and the rest of the entire staff and watching how everybody moves as one. In this unit, so and just going through this process since January has been rewarding, not only from a business standpoint but even personally. We've been able to, I personally have been able to, take some of the things that Coach has distilled in the program and made it part of my personal life as well. So I really appreciate it.
Talk about business. Before we talk about business, though, let's talk about what everybody comes to hear and see, which is the team. Now, the point is you want them to take care of business, but tell us how they plan to do it. Who are the two individuals you brought with you today, and why did you bring them with you?
Yeah, I'll start with the young men that we brought. We brought Jamal Marshall and Trevon Jones. Jamal has been in our program since he came out of high school. This is his 6th year. He's a graduate. He's getting his master's degree in December. So he started off as a walk-on, worked his way on to scholarship.
Amazing.
And so he's what you want.
Yep.
When you get a player from Texas, from Kennedale High School, you get a guy on your program that wants to work, puts his head down, and just continues to get better and better. And other folks rewarded instead of him trying to reward himself. And so we had to bring him because he's been in with us since we got here. And then we brought Trevon Jones. Because he's a transfer guy that we brought in January that has been a couple of different places, but absolutely loves Prairie View A&M, loves what our program is doing for him, both on and off the field. Awesome. And so we felt like those were two of a lot of guys that we could have brought, but those two being seniors in their last year, we certainly want to reward them.
So do they have I know you do acronyms, the DOG? Dog mentality or the APE, the A mentality?
That's yours. That's yours. You tried to slide that in there. That's yours, Doc. No, man, those two guys are certainly dogmatic in their approach. Trevon Jones.
For those that know, you know.
Yeah, Trevon Jones is a dog off the field as well by being a proud member of Omega Psi Phi.
Look at that.
And so, I had to bring one of the brothers with me.
It's smart. It's smart.
And so, but those two
what
guys.
What they say, purposeful?
Hey, those guys have done everything we've asked them to do. The biggest thing is, Doc, they've been leaders amongst the group.
Serious?
Our players are running their own practices, man. Those guys have been really instrumental in getting that done.
Significant.
Yeah, and it's just moved us. Where I sit in my office, man, I'm able to look down there. I told Cruz, I'm able to look down there and just watch guys work. That's probably the best thing about having that office, and those guys are always down there. And so
I know we talked about this earlier a little bit, but now you had a little more time. You've been able to evaluate. You bring folks in terms of need areas, depth, some mentality things that you wanted to do.
Yep.
With that being said, now that you had this time to look at it, what can people expect for this season, offensively, defensively, and with special teams?
Yeah, I think they can expect just a different brand. I don't think Prairie View A&M has seen our brand of ball. Offensively, we're gonna put the ball in the box, man. That's what you got to do. We're gonna have a physical run game. I'm really excited about our offensive line and our run game. We're gonna get this quarterback situation settled fairly quickly. That way, that guy has a chance to continue to grow with the team. And then defensively, man, we're gonna be very multiple and present different looks. We're gonna fly around. And I told somebody earlier, Michael Jackson got a song that go blah, bop, bop. That's what you're gonna hear from us on defense. You might well play that Michael Jackson because we're gonna go ahead. We come off this hill, man. We're gonna be hitting. And then I think really from a special team standpoint, what we're gonna do from a team schematic standpoint is gonna be different than what we've seen. We're just not gonna line up and punt it in a regular formation. We're gonna present some different challenges for people, and I don't think our fans have seen that.
Talking here with Dr. Williams. He's come on board to support you in many ways. But one of the things that we're hearing out across the board is GM, general manager. Usually we heard that at the professional level, but as things have changed, the landscape has changed, NIL, the House, NCAA settlement has created an avenue where a lot of folks are bringing in a GM at the collegiate level. You specifically have looked at doing that at Prairie View A&M University for football. Dr. Williams came in one role, but now because of talent in the space, it's my understanding that you have looked at the GM process for your football program. Tell him what that means at this level. What is he responsible for in terms of, or as much as you can.
Yeah, he's responsible for everything.
Right. Keep it simple. Talk about why that transition ended up happening and why was it important once you saw that he was nimble enough to make it work.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to hire Dr. Williams, man, is because he knew so many people, but most of all, he wasn't in football. I wanted an outside-of-the-box perspective.
I like it.
Football is big business.
Yes, sir.
Well, you got a bunch of football coaches in the room talking about running power and playing 4-3 defense. That wasn't going to get the business side done.
Right.
So I wanted to be able to have folks on our staff that I can go talk to in other areas to help improve our program holistically. And let the football coaches do the football, let Dr. Williams do the business side and manage people. Dr. Williams is a professor. He comes from a long line of managing people, and that's what the general manager role is. So we brought him here as the director of scouting, and he set that department up for us. But next thing you know, he was dabbling with social media. Next thing you know, he was dabbling. I had him in meetings with me across campus. And so I went to him and said, hey, man, I'm going to change your role to general manager. HR probably didn't like that. But in football, you're the general manager. And he generally manages everything. He got his hands on everything. So very rarely will you see me in a meeting without Cruz.
I've noticed it.
Because he's giving me the background, whether it's good or bad, on people. But most of all, he's giving us a different perspective of what it is in the business world. And I think we missed that boat as football coaches.
Talk about why that is important in this landscape in that you've seen it. Why are so many people, from your perspective, doing it at either the whole department level or specifically for a sport, football, basketball, what have you?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing that you see in the NFL where the college football game is geared toward more coaches or recruiting and coaching. Okay. And then there's a front office that does the general managing, negotiating, setting things up for guys, player development. If you really think about it, Doc, and you would know this because you look at college sports, Arizona State tried to get this done with Herm Edwards.
Yep.
It was well before its time.
It was almost ahead of time.
It was well before its time, and it didn't work out because they didn't win. Yep. But now everything that they were doing, everybody else is doing.
Sure right.
And so we wanted to bring that to our level because there's really no more FCS and FBS. In June, when they approved us to go to 105, it made us all the same. Yeah. Now either you got a big-time TV contract or you don't. Yeah. And so we wanted to be on the cutting edge as far as what we knew as our level of having the right people in the right place.
Well, you talking about that big-time contracts. Obviously, you got ESPN, you got HBCU Go, and now SWAC TV.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right when you look holistically at the conference, what is getting done. Absolutely. Let me switch to you and get into this road, this GM. So do I call you Dr. Williams, Dr. DJ, Dr. Cruz, Chris,
just call
Dr. GM?
Just call me Cruz.
Cruz. Okay.
Just call me Cruz.
Man, I'm just saying, it's nice. Everybody can't be a GM.
I know. And respectfully, I appreciate Jack for giving me that opportunity.
That's real talk.
For real. He's entrusted me with the program on that side of things, how we look, what people see externally, also internally, as well as managing, the roster, day-to-day, just business, generally, like he says, we just touch everything. This is a relationship business, right? So that's just kind of, I'm good at forming those relationships. Now, how long they last, it's a whole other thing.
That's real.
But I really appreciate it. I'm thoroughly enjoying what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, and it's impressive. As you talking about, you have your ops guy here, you got GM, and they're running things. I quickly came together, and it came together. And I don't know if people understand that. Opportunities oftentimes flash in front of you really quick. And I know you talk about that with players and your coaches for that. And your job is all that preparation, so when it comes, you're ready for it.
Yes.
So I come up here, I got an NIL opportunity for the players. It turned around like that
overnight.
In a day. I made the call. You said, yeah, Chris, get it done. You took the ball by his horn, literally answered the phone while coach was working another position.
Right.
I ain't have to worry about coach. He take care of it.
Yes.
And it got done.
Yes,
they
sir.
just finished with the advertisement, and it's a done deal as we're moving. But before we get a little bit about your thoughts and what that role means, how new to the SWAC is this? Or the MEAC? Where else have you heard that there are GMs in the SWAC, MEAC maybe, HBCUs, whatever? What does that look like?
Well, from my understanding, before accepting the role, I was aware of Grambling actually having a GM.
Okay.
Made some other calls and conversations. There are some other folks that's coming on board. I think Valley just actually their secondary coach is the new GM as well.
Okay.
Alabama State is getting ready to bring on somebody as well. So the GM model, now I can't speak for the MEAC, but the GM model is about to come into play.
Okay.
And I think we're still discovering what that looks like. I think we have a very finite structure of, okay, let's look at the roster, let's look at player personnel. That's kind of where everybody will probably end up starting. But understanding that it's more to it, especially in the role at Prairie View. It's a lot more that I'm involved with. So, I couldn't do any of this without the help of Coach Jack, Coach Colbert, the entire team. Like everybody pulls together. And everybody is a part of the process.
Yeah, I see
Everybody's a part of the process.
Yeah, I see that. Your sports information director, communication person's here,
Yes.
players, and y'all are making moves, moving around this.
Yes.
I've had the opportunity to see this over many years, but this is the first time I've had the pleasure to see Prairie View act in the front row, aggressive about making sure they make the rounds.
Yes, sir.
That they had their voice out there.
Yes, sir.
So credit to both of you all and Colbert for making that happen, because I think that's a significant step in itself.
Yes, sir.
People don't know
you
Coach
have
Colbert
PV versus everybody.
Yeah.
He's here to give him a shout out, and I know y'all are part of helping make sure that happened.
Yes.
That's pretty good. But go ahead.
No,
What you
I'm
gonna
saying,
say?
people don't know Coach Colbert. Man, that dude, him and Cruz, they keep me and the program afloat. Coach Colbert is in a football operations role where he's responsible for two-minute situations in our program. That's on the field. Couldn't have a former high school head coach on your staff and not get no football out of it.
There you go.
So he's done a lot of different things,
Wow.
and it just shows to the versatility of our people
I like
that we've been able to hire, man, because it's these guys keep me. Wherever I need to be, I'm there. Whoever I need to talk to, we talk to.
Good.
And it's helped.
How do you understand your role?
When you ask me how do I understand it?
Yeah, well, how do you define it? Because Coach basically said that you do whatever's necessary to get things done, which you're doing. But as you understand it from a GM perspective, in addition to whatever you're doing, but that particular role, what does that look like for folks that have heard about it but may not really understand it? What are particular things that you work towards to get done?
The first things first is that what I'm trying to do is understand what Coach wants. What the team wants. What are we looking at? How can we get better at every position, and how deep we can get at every position? That kind of falls into the scouting portion of it.
Okay.
And that as you know, coach didn't mention, but he just said, hey man, this is a blank canvas. Go ahead and create it. Right. So we've created a scouting department now, and we're fine tuning the scouting process. We have the recruiting department now, which after we take them from the offer phase into getting them, basically signed and into the program, there's a whole process that goes into that component. And then from the recruiting aspect to the field. Okay. So we have to look at all those three phases within the recruiting process.
Wow.
And then turn around. Then we have the marketing element. I know everybody has been seeing what we've been doing social media wise, and that's intentional. If I was to cuss, I probably would say something, something to that magnitude, but we are really being aggressive and intentional about who we are. This is our identity.
And part of that aggressiveness I've seen as I've been begging some people at Prairie View to understand that you're too close to Houston not to have Houston as part of your ownership and your framework.
Absolutely.
To do that. So,
absolutely.
Credit to that in terms of what you do there.
As the graphic said, Doc, we are Houston.
We are.
I like that. I want to see if you're going to play that off.
Yeah, we are Houston.
I'll get y'all out of here on this, Coach. Last thing is, talk a little bit about your aggressiveness to make sure that Prairie View understands the importance to play their role. Supporters, alumni, one being there in terms of the easiest way that they can support, obviously, buying the tickets, but also, more importantly, making sure their voice and presence is there about being in the stadium.
Yeah, no, we've been very confrontational with our fans and alums, it's been a good confrontation. People hear the word confrontation and get discouraged.
Yeah.
No, it's a positive.
Yep.
We needed to be able to say, hey, hit Control Alt Delete for everything that you ever know. And start going with us from right now. Mm-hmm. Don't get mad because in '97 you didn't get a parking spot and you've been mad ever since. We need you to go ahead and come on forward with us because you have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. We've been talking about going to Atlanta since we got here. We used to talk about just winning the SWAC. Now we're talking about hosting a SWAC championship game and playing for the Celebration Bowl and winning it. It's a new day at Prairie View A&M from the top down, from our president to our athletic director to us in football, and we got several other new coaches in our department as well. We need our fans to buy into everything that we got going on. And then we're going to put a good product, we're going to work on getting a good product out there so they can be proud of. So when they go to the Facebook chat, Doc, to talk trash, they can stand
really
on
talk
it.
To, yeah, they can really talk trash.
They can stand on it.
I like that. We'll leave it right here and park it for the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day, BCSN Game Time. This is Dr. Gaville and Prairie View A&M University with Coach Jackson and Dr. Williams. We'll be right back after this next break.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and Instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
From the streets of DC to the soul of Tallahassee, from the hilltop to the highest of 7 hills, 2 HBCU giants are colliding in the 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers. This ain't just football, this is history in the making. The bands bringing that fire. The stands packed with pride. The energy can't be contained. On Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m., Hard Rock Stadium becomes the biggest stage in HBCU football. From the tailgate to the halftime show, from the first snap to the final whistle, this is where culture takes center stage. So grab your squad, throw on your colors, and rep your school. Get your tickets and book your hotels now at orangeblossomclassic.com. The 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic, built on history, fueled by pride.
Football fans, HBCU football is back in the ATL with the Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge Kickoff. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC, Southern, Eagles, Jaguars, the Marching Sound Machine, the Human Jukebox. The kickoff trophy is up for grabs, and bragging rights are on the line. The rivalry is real. Bring the family and join us pre-game for the fun-filled Coca-Cola fan experience, including band jamborees, food, activations, and fellowship. For tickets and information, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to live coverage of the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day. Brian Fulford and Dr. Kenyatta Cavill here with the group from the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. In the middle there, we've got Coach Alonzo Hampton in his 3rd season there at UAPB. And to my left, offensive lineman Jeremiah Rogers. And next to Dr. Cavill is place kicker Trey Glimpf. Got that right. Welcome to the BCSN GameTime show, gentlemen. Let's start with Coach Hampton. Coach, 3rd year at UAPB. I have always been impressed with your honesty and transparency on those Monday morning coaching conversations. What has the off season been like for you, and what is the mindset as you go into year 3 of getting this UAPB program back to the expectation that the fan bases have for the program, you and the fan bases have for the program?
Well, number one, as we kind of went back and rewatched the games from the season, and knowing that you were so close in 3 games in the 4th quarter, it's frustrating. And so only one thing comes to mind. Number one, you got to get tougher. Got to get tougher on the O-line, got to get tougher on the D-line, because you got pushed around at times. And then the last part is just being able to finish, being able to lock in the 3rd and 4th quarter when the game matters the most, and doing your assignment, lining up and playing a proper technique that your coaches have been doing. Our expectations is to go out there and compete hard and win games, all right? And our players know that we've been right there. First year we lost big. Last year we lost close. This year we need to be to win the close games, and I think we're on track. These young men to my right and left, they've been working all summer. Their teammates are here. The O-line's going to be better. We just hired an O-line coach. I can't say his name yet. Special teams, Trey was perfect on kicks. And so we're excited about the direction of our program. The foundation has been set. And most importantly, we talk about being able to do it in all phases, academically, athletically, and spiritually. And these guys are doing it at a high level.
From the recruiting standpoint of bringing in the kind of young men that it's going to take to put the program where you want it to be, this is year 3. Do you feel like through the recruiting class, whether it be high school or the portal, do you feel like that the progression has been where you want it to be? Like this is the group that understand the culture and the mindset that you want to have in the program?
Yes, we feel it is. Obviously, first year you won 1 conference game. Last year you won 2. So this is year 3. And as far as academically, what we've been able to do, 5 semesters, over 3.0 GPA. In the last semester, it was 3.21, the highest in the history. So the expectation has been set academically. Now we're trying to set it on the football field. We got guys going in and out the program, and that's fine. We don't have a problem with that. We want guys that want to be here. And so what we've been able to do is through high school, signing guys, and through the transfer portal, we've added some really good pieces. And these guys have been there. Trey's the only guy in his class. 27 guys signed. He's the only one left. All right, he's graduating in finance in the spring. Jeremiah's graduating in the fall. We got him from a D2 school. So we're adding the right pieces. These guys are tough as nails. They're smart as a whip, and they're spiritually set. And so, man, we're on the right track. And so we're excited about this season.
Nice. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, let me get to the players. But as I get to the players, you know, coaches all the time, or oftentimes, I should say, speak about all 3 phases of the game, right? Offense, defense, and special teams. But you showed up and put action to that statement in terms of bringing a special teams player to this event. So I'm excited about that. So I want to talk a little bit about Trey. Why did you see it as so important that he represents one of the 2 guys that you're able to bring here to Birmingham?
Because this university means the world to this young man. The university believed in him, but he also believed in the university. And even when he wasn't a starter, you wouldn't know he wasn't a starter. Like, he'll do whatever he needs to do for his teammates. But he's just a great person, and he always has a smile on his face, and he'll have suggestions for you. I mean, it's unbelievable, and he deserved to be here. We didn't bring him here because we felt sorry for him. I brought him here because he deserved to be here. And a lot of people, you always bring the quarterback. I want to bring the DB or the receiver. He deserves to be here. And I'm glad he got his shine today because he's the only specialist in the building.
Yes, sir. I told you. That's why I brought it up. Right? Hey, let's go.
Yes, sir.
How does that feel to hear that from your coach?
It's special. It means the world to me. You know, when I was brought in, Coach Gamble and Coach Nord were the ones that brought me in. And when Coach Hampton got the job in January, I'll never forget that first team meeting. I was ready to run through a brick wall right there. And just having Coach Hampton and Coach Manley believe in me, they put me in positions to be successful, and it's just means the absolute world to me to represent UAPB.
I see it and I hear it in your voice. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Straightforwardness. But with that being said, let me ask you a follow-up question in terms of what can we expect from your perspective of what you've seen during the off-season from this football team coming up this fall season?
We're going to compete. It's a special group, and in my opinion, the 3 years that I've been here, I feel like this is the closest together we've been. You know, everybody shows up on time. Everybody goes to work. You know, we call it a lunch pail group. You pick it up and you go to work every single day. And, you know, the coaches believe in us. We believe in Coach Hamp, his vision for this school, and we're going to get it done this year.
Coach, going back to you to talk about Jeremiah, also another part of that we hear all the time about the importance of the trenches.
Yeah.
Well, you showed up again and showed out. You brought an offensive lineman, a good one at that, Jeremiah. Talk a little bit about Jeremiah, why he's special to this program.
Well, I mean, obviously Jeremiah was a guy, we signed him after my first year. Okay. He was just a hard-working kid. He was always lifting weights, and you watched him on film. He was a D2 player, but he was better than a D2 player. He believed in himself. And so he came to us sight unseen. And when he got to us, he was the first one in the weight room. He'd almost close the weight room down and then try to find a way to sneak back in. And so last night he went and got a workout in. But this is who he is, right? And he's finna graduate in the fall. Trey's graduating in the spring. Like, these 2 guys are outstanding. Men, number 1. And so I love being around them. They pick their teammates up. And you wouldn't know if they were having a bad day. You wouldn't know if us 3 was ever having a bad day because we're always going to be smiling. These 2 are even keel. I'm a little more jokey. But at the end of the day, we love what we do. We believe in each other. We believe in our team, and it's us versus them. And so we love that mentality. Like they picked us last, we love it. We don't got a problem with that because you played us last year in the West.
Yeah,
we had a chance to win every game in the West. So every team they already know what it is.
Right.
And so what we're doing is we're creating that bond, that brotherhood, and we're going to stick together, and we're going to pull out them wins this year.
Before I pass it back to Brian, I'm going to go to you, Jeremiah. You heard it.
Oh, yeah.
And let me first say, y'all look clean. I like to think myself, high standards, but y'all do well for yourself.
I think you like the colors there, Doc.
Yeah.
I think you like the black and gold. You like the black and gold.
Really in touch. I'm kind of like, okay, be careful. With that being said, Jeremiah, talk about your perspective. What do you want to see from particularly the offensive side of the ball? I asked the overall team, but I want to get a little further into it. What do you want to see your teammates develop this season in terms of what it looks like coming to fruition?
Yeah, so what I look forward to is developing that fourth quarter mindset. 'Cause, games are won in the fourth quarter. And, Coach talks about finishing. And there's no way to finish unless you finish in the fourth quarter. So right now, as we're speaking, my guys are probably out there working right now, developing that fourth quarter mindset. And that's all there is to it.
Yeah, if they have your mindset, you out here in Birmingham, everybody else having fun, you go work out.
Oh, yeah.
I did get one this morning. I'm trying to catch up.
Get a little pump, a little swallow session in, man.
So send me an email with the directions of what I need to do.
He will.
Next year, watch out. Go ahead, Brian.
Coach, let me ask you: with the every school within the SWAC opted into the house settlement, which is major. We heard from Dr. McClellan and what that means for everybody. But from a football perspective, it gives every school and every team an opportunity to field a roster of up to 105.
Yep.
Not necessarily scholarships, but 105. What is your plans or UAPB's plans in terms of your roster construction? Do you feel like you're going to look to try to fill the entire 105 available? Of course, I'm not talking scholarships because I know that takes money. I understand that. But in terms of filling out a roster, do you have plans to use every possible roster spot, or is that something a work in progress still?
No. I mean, right now we have 98 guys. So
wow, okay.
like we're trying to get 105. I mean, if 7 offensive linemen, okay, send them our way. We'll take 4 offensive linemen, 3 D linemen. No, but that's the whole goal, right? You want to have as many guys on your team. You want to have a pipeline of guys that's ready. It took me, I redshirted my first year in college. The next year, all I did was run down on kickoff. And then my third year, I started out on kickoff again, and somebody got hurt. I got in the game. So as long as we can create opportunities for young men to be able to play the game that they love, why not? And then by everybody opting in, I mean, I think it's awesome. It gives more kids an opportunity to earn money, right? That's what it's about. And this is a game that we grew up playing. You didn't think you were going to do it for money. I'm faster than you. I'm going to outrun you. And so now with the revenue sharing, it's just so much that's available to all these guys. And that's why I wanted to bring these 2 guys. I said, man, show your personality. Yeah. Get out in front of the people, man. You never know who's watching. He's the only specialist here. Man, tweet that, write that. That's big time. My guy, he deserves this. This guy here, hey, he loves lifting weights. He eat weights. All right, you need somebody? Hey, represent my man, NIL.
There we go.
I love that. You got to promote that. I mean, look,
yes.
in the Arkansas Pine Bluff area,
yes.
Look, there's opportunities for these young men as well as many others. As it relates to roster construction and things go on with the guys for this upcoming season, do you feel like you have filled all the spots that you needed to fill? I mean, you start thinking about, okay, what are we going to do at QB1, which I know everybody who's a Golden Lion fan, they want to know what's it going to look like this year. What is the depth and how many camp battles are you looking for this fall when fall camp opens?
All right, every position is up for grab. They know it. We talk about it, right? You want to have a competitive environment, all right? Trey knows he's the first one going to get the first kick, right? Because he's earned that. But every day he got to continue to earn that. Jeremiah knows he's going to be the first person to go out there to guard or tackle, all right? But guess what? We signed other guys to make him better. And as long as you continue to add guys that push the other guys, you push the program forward. And so that's where we at. We have an organizational chart. Now, as coaches, in your mind, you saying, hey, this guy should be the guy. But at the end of the day, he has to perform every day, and that's why it's called a job. Okay, it's a job interview every single day for us to go out there and show who we are and our abilities. Nobody's going to outwork Trey. Nobody's going to outwork Jeremiah. And I know when the smoke is settled, these two guys will probably be the number one guy at their position, or whoever beats them. Boy, they've really worked really hard.
Well, Coach, we appreciate you taking time, and especially here at the end of the day where you know people are starting to wrap up. It means a lot that you would take time to hang around and come talk to us. And definitely Jeremiah and Trey, good luck and best of health to you guys this season. Why don't you guys go ahead and give your social media handles? Like I said, that way if you get an opportunity, if you see these young men, you get an opportunity to support them in some way, reach out. Let them know how they can reach you.
My Instagram is SungJinZen, SUNG_JINZEN.
Say one more time.
SungJinZen, SUNG_JINZEN.
Follow me on Instagram, Kicker for Heisman. That's Kicker, the number 4, and then Heisman.
You can't forget that. I love that.
Kicker for Heisman.
Love it.
I love that. All right, again, best of luck, Coach, to you and the Golden Lions this year. We'll be back in just a moment right here from the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day.
Stride K-12 powered schools are ready to put over 20 years of being a leader in online education to work for you. Dive into curriculum design for the online classroom. Team up with state-certified teachers trained in virtual instruction. Take control of your child's education journey. Discover the power of personalized learning with a leader experienced in preparing kids for a future they can be excited about. Take charge. Stride K-12. Enroll now for the fall.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
There's a shot. It might be. It could be. Right field. Grand slam. What a shot. That's how you get hot, young fella.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do, and all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
History? Yeah, we built that. Pride? We fuel that. And on August 30th, we run that. Two powerhouse HBCUs, Howard Bison, FAMU Rattlers, one legendary showdown under the Miami lights at Hard Rock Stadium. The energy unmatched. The culture undeniable. The vibes straight HBCU. 2025 Invesco QQQ Orange Blossom Classic. Get your tickets and book your hotel now at orangeblossomclassic.com. Saturday, August 30th at 4 p.m. in Miami Gardens.
Attention football fans. The Cricket MEAC SWAC Challenge kickoff is back in Atlanta on August 23rd. Representing the MEAC, North Carolina Central, and representing the SWAC Southern. Join us at Center Park Stadium for a full day of tailgating, football, and band. For more information and tickets, visit MEACSWACchallenge.com.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
The human voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, powerhouse, intelligent, and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube, Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Welcome back to the BCSN Game Time coverage of the 2025 SWAC Football Media Day, and we have saved the best group for last. None other than representing the highest of Seven Hills in Tallahassee, Florida. We have head coach James Colsey in the middle. Joining me to my left is first team preseason All SWAC and All-American FCS, Ashton Grable. And down on the end next to Roy Evans is first team preseason All SWAC defense, Davion Westmoreland. Rattlers, welcome, and thank you for taking time to come talk to us. How's everybody doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
We're
gonna need somebody to help us with the checkout. We overstayed our welcome. So
Well, that's what Rattlers do. We sometimes can do that. We'll find a way. We'll take care.
Appreciate it.
Coach, let's start with you. Wow, year number 2 for you, and what a year ago. From the past, 365 days.
Yep.
What has the experience been like for you being the head coach of Florida A&M? And you think about year 1, what have you learned about yourself outside of the just experience?
Well, I think, you think back to January 1st, 2024, we were in a transition, right? Didn't necessarily know where we were going to go, who was going to be here, who wasn't going to be here. And then now you look at January 1st of 2025, the mission's clear. We know exactly what we needed to take care of. We needed to make sure we took care of stuff during the offseason. We knew exactly what we needed to do in comparable to last year. I think, with our guys during the spring, being able to go through our mat drills, being able to lift, being able to go through spring practice, being able to go through OTAs and install with everybody being on the same page, that's definitely a lot different than it was last year.
And I'll come to the guys here for a second. I want you to take a second and talk about these two young men because, of course, as we've been doing this over the last 4 years, I think this is the first time that we have brought interior linemen to the SWAC Football Media Day, and none better than these two young men. So I'd like for you to kind of talk about Ashton and Davion, Coach, and just kind of not just why you brought them, but what they mean to this team going into this fall.
Well, I think, there wasn't really a message to be sent. Now, these are just two guys I really felt deserved to come. Obviously, Ashton being a 2-time all-conference player and, on a couple of All-American lists last year, and Davion Westmoreland, who should have been all-conference last year, but ultimately was voted to be the preseason. But I think it just says a lot about our team, right? I think that, we got skill positions across the board. Our receivers, our DBs, our running backs. And that's kind of the way it is across the conference, right? But to win this conference, to be the SWAC champion, you got to be great at the offensive line and the defensive line. And these are two guys that are the leaders of those groups. And if we want to get to where we need to be, these two guys not only need to be all conference, but also need to be all American for us to be able to hoist that SWAC championship trophy and have the opportunity to play in the Celebration Bowl.
Right. Go ahead, Roy.
Coach, I'm going to jump in and ask a quick question. I'd read somewhere that you guys had the number 1 transfer recruiting class or something in the portal. But what I want to know more so as it relates to that, how are you getting those guys ingrained into what you want to do is creating your system and the culture at FAMU that you want to? You just talked about that now being in your second year.
Well, I think the biggest thing is that our guys, our current players, do a great job of recruiting the guys that come in. They talk about how happy they are, the things that we can do for them, and how we can help them reach the goals that they need to get to. But we talk about the portal, but our team is, because of the 30 seniors that we have, and where 20 of those 30 seniors are guys that are returning players, right? I think that says a lot about what we're doing. And don't get me wrong, we're not perfect in every single thing that we do, but I think the guys really, really enjoy themselves while they're here, which is the most important thing for me.
Ashton, let me come to you. You've obviously earned the accolades based on the performance on the field. So obviously, no surprise getting the preseason honors. But what is it you want to do what do you want this offensive line, this offensive unit to be able to achieve this year? And I don't know if this is your final year eligibility. Okay, so in this final year eligibility, what is it you want this offensive line, this group, to be able to achieve this season?
I want us to be the best unit we can be. We have enough talent, enough size, enough athletes to have the best unit in the conference. And me personally, I feel like if we don't achieve that, we are leaving a lot on the table. We got guys like Charles Davis coming back. He's an all-conference guy. We got guys like Ricky Taylor. He's going to be at center. He's going to be an all-conference guy. We got guys like Elijah Philippe. He's going to step in. He's going to be an all-conference guy. So I feel like if we don't have the best running game, if we don't give it the least amount of sacks, we are definitely not living up to our full potential. So that's one thing I'm really on those guys about, like working out hard, doing the extra things, staying on top of your diet, stuff like that. Yes, sir.
And through your years at FAMU and with this team, you've seen the transition of a large returning group.
Yes, sir.
And then sort of a reload with a lot of new transfers. And so what has this season been like in terms of getting guys on the same page and understanding how things need to be done in order to experience the type of success that you've experienced as a SWAC champion?
It's been easier this year because, like Coach said, we have 20 seniors coming back. So, like, we have more guys that can police the younger guys and the transfers to come in. And good thing about all the transfers that's coming in, those guys are willing and eager to learn. They're not trying to come in and do their own thing. Those guys are coming us, pulling us to the side, trying to see how we run things, what we stand for, the do's and the don'ts. So I feel like we're definitely heading in the right direction.
Nice. Let me come down you to Davion. Now, when you came to FAMU last year as part of that dark cloud defense, you heard all about it. You knew what it was all about. And we had a chance to talk during the year. As the season progressed and now you go into this season, what is your mindset in how we can get that defensive unit and especially the defensive line to that standard that when you came to FAMU that was there?
Well, you know, I really want everyone who we face to feel our presence. You know, apply a lot of pressure to every team that we face. I felt like we didn't hold up to the standard last year, and this year will be a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Roy.
So, guys, I want to ask you something. This is a little personal. Now, this is your last
year of eligibility. And
also my last
also
year.
your last year. What are some personal goals that you guys have set for yourselves in your final season of playing?
Me personally, I mean, I have aspirations of going to the NFL, but right now I'm just trying to get us back to the Celebration Bowl. That feeling I felt in 2023, holding that championship up, it's indescribable. I want everybody to feel it. I want Davion to feel it. I want Coach to feel it as a head coach. I want guys who just came in this year to feel it. So whatever I can do, if Coach say go to receiver, if I gotta go to
that ain't
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Whatever I gotta do.
Don't give away our trick play.
I know. I'm just saying. Whatever I gotta do from a leadership standpoint, being a senior, playing multiple positions, whatever I gotta do to help us get back to that, that's my whole focus right now.
There you go.
You know, I really just been focusing on improving my pass rush, just being a consistent force coming off the edge, and also being a better team leader and help my team have the #1 defense in the conference.
Okay.
Can I jump in because you mentioned NFL aspirations, and I know I talked to both of you guys about having those aspirations. One of the things that the SWAC did yesterday was you guys had a chance to hear from the NFL regarding that. If you would, take a second and talk about what that opportunity to hear what it's going to take and what that transition looks like. Talk a little about what you learned and where you feel like you need to be or where you need to get to in order to realize that dream after the season is finished.
Yes, sir. So yesterday after that meeting, I learned a lot because a lot of those people who's on the panel, they play in the NFL or they got ties to the NFL, and their whole thing now is just trying to help guys like me and Davion at HBCUs to get to the NFL. So they were just telling us the do's and the don'ts, how to sell ourselves, how to carry ourselves. If we get an invite to any combine, any camp, anything after the season, do every drill. Don't sit out. Don't try to opt out of anything. Take advantage of all your opportunities that come to your way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Davion, you want to add?
Just like he said, you know, they was basically giving us the answer to the test. You know, just go out there and give it your all, man. Don't take nothing for granted.
Yes, sir.
Coach, I would be in trouble with Rattler Nation if I don't ask you some question related to what QB1 is going to look like in the fall? You know, I know you don't want me to ask it, but I have to ask it. You know, journalism, all that good stuff. So what can you tell us? You got a great room of young men that have some played in the spring, some have transferred in. What can you share with us about the decision and the process that you're going through, you and Coach Burris?
Well, you know, we were in a similar situation last year, right, trying to figure out who was going to replace Musa, you know, and I think we did a pretty good job with Daniel Richardson, and yes, we're now in a similar situation. I think we're, you know, after the spring, you know, well, before the spring, you know, we brought in Tyler Jefferson, who I thought did a very, very good job during the spring. But if you guys remember during the year, you know, we lost D. Rich against Prairie View and didn't necessarily have the necessary backup. So I think for us was making sure we had to have the adequate depth at that position, and then got a chance to bring in two other guys that, one, you know, R.J. Johnson coming from Toledo, and then Jet Petty, who was an All-American at the junior college level. So, you know, we understand the position that we have, right? Being the quarterback at Florida A&M is the second most important position, minus who the president is at the university, right? So,
yes, sir.
So it's a big role. Yes. I'm gonna tell my team, man, we gotta run the ball and we gotta stop the run, but there's going to be certain times during the game where that quarterback's got to be able to make the throw to get us over the hump. So, you know, I will say this, we'll more than likely make a decision a lot earlier than we may have done last year. But, you know, these guys can tell you, man, OTAs, I mean, we got a different quarterback working every series, and we're trying to find out who that guy's going to be. And hopefully, you know, we make the right decision. But we definitely have some guys that have the ability to play the position, but they got to take care of the football, got to be able to run the offense, get the big boys lined up, and make sure that they're one of our team leaders of our football team.
Ashton, hold on a second. No, nobody's listening. Can you give us any insight?
I make the offensive linemen practice with blindfolds. So they don't know what quarterback's back there.
I'm going to ask about the running game, and we know Thad Franklin also part of the first team. Talk a little bit about that and the rest of those guys that you're blocking for.
Yes, sir. I love blocking for guys like Thad Franklin and Bo Somerset, and we got new running back Jamal Haley from Central Michigan. Those guys are great, tough runners. They're very elusive, quick. They can make people miss in the open field. So I feel like we just create lanes for them. That makes them happen. You know what I'm saying? Yep.
Nice,
yes,
nice. Go ahead, Roy.
So again, mine's kind of getting a little bit on the surface, but I loved your answers, both of you guys, that you did to my last question. What do you feel that FAMU football team has to do? If I'm not mistaken, you know, that dark cloud defense name was something. Did you guys come out of it? That came?
No, we didn't start that. It was there. Somebody,
okay.
But it's there. It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
I know that. So I know it picked up steam and everything. But, you know, you being here, you get to see some of your competition. You get to meet them. You talk to them, see what's going on. What do you think that you and your teammates have to do?
Personally, just don't get complacent. I feel like 2024, we got very complacent because we won the national championship the year before. So I feel like we just was like, we were full, we were satisfied. So I feel like we get back hungry and go ready to hunt, we'll get back to it. We'll bring a ring back to Tallahassee. So that's the goal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same with him. I feel like we got complacent also last year, and I feel like we just got to continue to stay humble, keep our head down, just continue to work.
Definitely.
Coach, you got some good ones. When they say that, that's the part you want them. You want them hungry. Because when you get, but the saying, one of the sayings I like, hogs go to the slaughter, pigs get fed.
That might be some South Georgia stuff.
It is. It's some Georgia stuff.
Where you from, Coach? That was a South Florida thing. He's from where are you from? South Florida. You never heard that.
That must be Fort Lauderdale or Boca Raton.
Coach, it ain't a Florida thing.
Definitely not Miami. I don't know what that is.
It's not a Florida thing.
Pig slaughter and hogs. And
oh, my goodness. Hey, again, Coach Ashton, Davion, I really appreciate you guys taking time here. As you know, it means a lot to me, the network, and everybody who's watching. I mean, because a lot of people are clearing out. You guys stuck around to come talk to us.
We got to do that now. We got to do that.
I don't take it for granted.
No,
it's much appreciated. I'm sure we'll talk later down the road. Any final questions there, Roy, or final comments?
I was going to close it out.
Okay.
You finish your
that's it. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank everybody for tuning in and doing what you do with us today. You know, SWAC Media Day is the kickoff of our season. It's our preseason game, getting ready to do some things. We will see the Rattlers down
Orange Blossom
Classic. So we'll be down there with the Game Time show. see you guys in Miami getting the season kicked off. Also, don't forget to look for us at the MEAC SWAC Challenge. Didn't get a chance to talk to John Grant. This is the first year that we've done this that John Grant didn't get on the air with us.
No, I think he knows that we're going to the press conference tomorrow, so I think he's kind of like, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Safe travels, guys. Safe travels.
So what we're going to do again, Kim, go ahead and cue the intro up. We're going to run that out of here. But we would be remiss as Rattlers if we didn't end this the way that Rattlers end things, because we're going to strike, and strike
again. There you go, my man.
We'll see you next time right here
Appreciate
on the BCSN Game Time Show.